So my name is Muthu Ranganathan. I'm part of the ISPMA group, and I'll be hosting some of the things here in the next 2-3 days. And thanks all of you to come in here for the workshop session. I'm sure it's going to be a great investment of your time. And before we begin, I would request Professor Sadagopan to come and address us for a few minutes, and then we will get started.
Good morning. So thank you all for making it. See, normally pre-conference tutorials are not necessarily oversubscribed, but I think Malati's magic has worked. So this pre-conference workshop is also oversubscribed because we do have people from outside, and a special welcome and welcome to the conference. So it is so nice to be all back in person. The last 2 years we have to do everything virtually, and beyond a point, virtual can be so boring. So nothing like being present. So thank you, and I'm sure that you all enjoy the warmth of sitting next to each other, learning from each other. Okay, and I personally feel very happy because we all have been kind of looking at this for a long period of time, 40 years. I think for a long time, the general feeling in India was we cannot do products. That was the assumption with which we started. So I think that is changing. We can do products. And more interesting stuff is we can't do products for the global audience. So that is also changing. And I think what is so satisfying today is we are getting it. We are getting it right. And more interesting, the world wants us to get it right. The world has been very supportive. And, we are getting success everywhere. We're getting support everywhere. And I think you guys are lucky. So next 30 years, there are going to be far more software products and platforms coming out of this country. And you as creators, okay, so some of us would be up there and blessing you from the heavens, okay, but continue the journey. And that is the reason why we feel so excited. And she asked me, how come you are here at 8:45? I said, just because I'm so excited. Because this is something which we have been wanting for the last 40 years. We just couldn't get it. I think you guys are getting it. All the best. Thank you, Malati, and do the magic.
Thank you. That's definitely a lot of pressure coming it from the Revered Sir.
Thanks, Professor Sir. As you know, Professor is like one of the gurus in IT field in our country. I'm sure you have followed him. And if you're not following him, please do follow him on LinkedIn and other places. And you can learn a lot from his experience and his insights. So what I'm going to kind of kick off today briefly, and I'll hand it over to Malti. I'm going to cover what is the agenda for today. Today, we are going to run 3 workshops. The first one is going to be done by Malti. The second one will be done by Pragati and Aditi from Microsoft. And then we are going to have, in the afternoon, we'll have Magnus coming in. He's flying in from Europe to do the session for us. And he's going to be covering a very interesting topic on value-based marketing. So first off, Malti, I'm going to introduce Malti briefly. And it's going to be hard for me to introduce her briefly because of her experience. But I'm going to spend less time so that we can give her more time to cover the workshop. So Malti is a very senior product management colleague in our country, I would say. And I worked with her many years back at SAP Labs. And she's got enormous experience in the field of technology products as well as in product management. So she's been with many companies. So she's got more than 20 years of experience, and she's worked in both the B2B and the B2C space. Very hard to find somebody who has experience in both sides of the kind of spectrum, technology spectrum. And basically, she's been kind of driving a lot of the product management initiatives in these companies, and also not just the inbound side of product management, but also driving the go-to-market side and certain products she managed were into $1 million of business. And she's also, right now, she's a solopreneur, which is huge. She kind of runs her own consulting and specializes in product management. And she also teaches at IIM. So it's kind of like she's kind of spreading into a lot of areas. And we are really fortunate to have her do the workshop for us today. And she's also part of the NASSCOM Big Tech Club as a mentor. And she goes and mentors a lot of startups and also helps them get funding, which is obviously a huge thing. And means I can go on and on with Malti's background. But thanks, Malti, for joining us here and doing the workshop. And I'll leave it to Malti to start off on her workshop. Thanks. Okay. Can we have a round of applause?
All right. So first of all, thank you, sir, for having me here. And thank you so much, Muthu, for roping me in here. I'm so delighted to be part of, meeting all of you today and probably a bunch of folks online. I really must say 9:30 in the morning, across the Bangalore traffic. Thanks for all of you to, come over here in person. And I hope I'm able to make it worthwhile, your time that you have spent, coming over here. All right. So that was a very, very generous introduction that, Muthu kind of shared about me. So before we kind of, get started on the conversation today, first of all, I would like all of you to ask as many questions, make it as interactive, right? This is definitely is not a one-way conversation it can be much more useful only if it is a two-way conversation, right? That's why I would lean on the word workshop, because that literally opens it up to say, let's have it as a two-way conversation, right? So if I have to get, let's say, top 5 things that you would like to get out of the workshop today, I would love to hear you folks and just list it down so that I make sure that when you walk out of this room, we are kind of covering those 5 items, if not all, at least a majority of them. Who wants to start? Who is that first person to say that? What are you looking forward from the workshop today? First person is always the hard one, right? Yeah. Sorry to put you on spot. Okay. So are you trying to say that if I have seen a failure, how do I drive it to success? Fail more, learn more. Yeah. All right. That's a profound one. Anybody else on that side? All right. Let's address the elephant in the room. How do you convince your stakeholders? Right? Okay. All right. So how do you do B2B experiments and how do you put together a business case for that? Let me put it that way. All right. Let me come back to this side. That is slightly out of scope, but yeah, I will try to cover because discovery could be like a one-day whole session that we can do. All right. Anybody else? Okay. How do you mitigate risk? Okay, so we will probably briefly touch about customer problem / discovery and risk mitigation. All right, so we already have the 5 points. If there is one last, probably, how do you measure success? All right. All right, we'll probably take another break in case there are more points as we kind of move on with the workshop. Otherwise, I need to convert this 1.5 workshop into a 3-hour workshop. All right. Okay. How many of you have made business cases before? Okay. Quite a few of you. Let me go around. Okay, I'll come back to the question again. All right, so this is just a snippet of what Muthu just talked about me. Who am I? Just two more lines. So today, I spend my time primarily as a consultant chief product officer at a platform called Jobs for Her, which is basically a women recruitment platform. And I spend around the rest of the 50% of my time doing corporate trainings and teaching at IIM Udaipur. Yeah? All right. Now, how many of you have seen the ISPMA framework? Just now? All right. How many of you are kind of familiar with, so as a product manager, right, I'm going to kind of keep coming back to the product management function, right? Because as many of you are practicing product managers, many of you are studying for becoming product managers or probably working towards that, you would understand that the product management is a very, very cross-functional role, number one, right? Number two, the definition or the scope of what a product manager will do is very, very subjected to the organization, the product, the market, the geography, and the problem that you're solving. In my own career of 22 years, 6 product companies, no 2 companies, the product management organization was same. There was a company where I didn't realize that I was also doing product marketing, right? So I didn't realize that somebody said, so I did a lot of design thinking during my days at SAP and Intuit. So somebody asked me, oh, were you part of the user research team? I said, no, I was a product manager. So the context that I'm trying to set is that when you hear, and this is a disclaimer that I'm making, everything that I talk today is about my reflection of the work that I have done. There could be a very, very similarly, very highly experienced professional. For example, if Muthu comes and talks about business case, he can bring in a completely different flavor. Of course, the fundamentals remains the same, but he might be able to bring in a lot of nuances, which probably I have not experienced, right? So that is why the context that I'm trying to set here is that when you are working on a product, it is kind of very contextual. And that is why context setting is very, very important for a product manager. So why did I bring that up is that there would be organizations, typically if you look at a JD of a product manager, I actually asked once somebody, are you hiring one person or are you hiring 3-4 people? Does it happen? Have any of you felt looking at those JDs? Right? You are expected to be technical because you're handling digital products. You are expected to be a project manager because you are involved in execution. You are expected to be a researcher because you have to do customer discovery. You are expected to be a marketer because you have to do your product launch. So it is a tough thing, right? But let's get back here. So just look at the things, everything in blue that a product manager is responsible for. Now, by the way, why do we need, anybody wants to tell that, why do we need a framework like this to build products? Why do we need a framework? Structured thinking. It basically tells you what is the next thing I need to get prepared for.
Creates a framework. No?
Creates a framework. Exactly. Tells you what are the roles and responsibilities of the people. And that is where you see here. There are a lot of things that a product manager can do. But then probably if I spread myself too thin, I may never get the product out, sorry. Or I may never develop the functional expertise that is needed for me to get that product out, right? So largely, if I have to just define, product management, and a lot of you would have, especially practicing product managers. Do you guys agree we are the mini CEOs? Yes, that was a strong yes. And why do you think we are mini CEOs? You're responsible for the product end-to-end, yeah? So your neck is on the line.
Including the numbers.
Including the numbers, right? You become answerable. So that is why you see that we are kind of spread across strategy to everything tactical, right? Pricing is not right, come to product management. If the SKUs that have gone out, something on the label doesn't work, legal can sue you. Have you worked with legal? Have you worked with compliance? Have you worked with customer support? Have you worked with research teams? So we have an extremely important role, which has to work with a plethora of stakeholders. And that is where somebody asked the question. That's the elephant in the room. How do I manage my stakeholders? So we'll talk about some of those aspects today. Any questions on this slide? So this is one of a very popular frameworks from ISPMA, which brings a structure into the chaos, which tells you, as you go through a product management life cycle, what are the different set of things are needed to be done. Now, again, I will go back to a point that I made earlier. Not necessarily everything that is called out here has to be done for every product. Imagine you are building a brand new product. You are just conceptualizing the idea. At this point of time, probably you don't even plan to charge your customers. So maybe at this point of time, you're actually not thinking about the whole pricing thing. Right? So it is subjected to what is the maturity level of the product or the organization or the target segment. Right? So the part which you see there are a lot of parts where you will see, for example, a release planning, road mapping, these are all core to the function. Right? But a lot of things around marketing. Now, again, I would say this is subjected to, if you are a startup with only the founder and you as a product manager, you are probably doing everything else here as well. Right? So there is no dark line there. But yeah, that's a good way of kind of getting started. And for organizations which are new in their product journey, that's a good space to start to understand how it looks. All right. Now let's go to the main topic that we have for today. What is a business case? Why do I need a business case? I'll start with the gentleman there who said he has built business cases. So what is your definition of business case? Yeah. I don't know if, can we give a mic?
I think all the tablets have a mic. All the tablets have a mic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, like I said, you work on an initiative and you need to look for an ROI being the CEO of the product. So you need to make a story and convince your stakeholders.
Right.
That's a business case.
Absolutely. Right. Anybody, folks who are listening into the call, thank you, by the way, for that. Folks who are listening, would like to add on something? I'm sorry, I can't see you, but I can hear you. Oh, they can only chat. Okay. All right. Anybody else? So the gentleman said that, this is basically something that you're trying to build something. Since we are talking about product, let's keep it very focused on product. Otherwise, from running a change management to building out a new shipyard, everything can come into, business case. Let's keep it very narrowly to, yeah. All right. So basically, we are trying to build a new product. We are trying to make the people understand the why. Why is it needed? We are trying to explain to them that what is that we are planning to do and a brief overview of how we are planning to do it. Right? And the main motivation, as I hear, is that how can I get that funding? So is it fair to say that probably if a startup founder is building a pitch deck, that is a business case? Sorry, say that again.
It has to be a win-win situation for all the stakeholders.
Okay, that's right. So okay, yeah, that's right. It has to be, that would be the best case scenario, that it is a win-win situation for everybody, right? In reality, does it happen all the time?
That's how we intend to build a
business case. Yeah, that's the intent. That's right. Yeah, sorry, somebody was saying, is the pitch deck same as a business case? I can hear you, but I'm not sure others.
Can you
Others
hear
can
me?
hear? Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking more, it should depict the business, the value which it gives to the customers and also the customer segment, which we are talking about.
Okay.
So that the cost of investment, what you're investing for a period of time, how much do you get across 5-year roadmap? What is the return on investment? So that's something which we have to show.
Absolutely. That is another way of defining. Fantastic. So she talked about customers. She talked about what is the kind of investment that is needed for me to build it. She talked about, can I have a visibility? When am I going to make money out of that? Eventually, unless you are an NGO and you are building a product for charity, even there you care. How much money am I going to pump in? But your ROI there is coming in a very different form. But eventually everybody has to make a dhanda. It all boils down to money, right? What is my ROI? Will I be profitable in next 3 years? Will I be profitable in next 5 years? So that's the question that folks who are going to be asking. right? Now, who are the people whom you need to convince when you are building a business case? Who are they? Org leaders. Why org leaders? They are the one who are giving the money. Okay.
People who fund you.
Where you are working on, where you are at what stage of company or you are in,
Right.
If it's like a startup, you have to convince your investor with a business case, but if you're in a corporate, you have to convince your leaders.
Absolutely. And how big is the investment that you're seeking for? Right? What is the problem that you're solving? If you're creating an absolutely new LOB, then the investment ask is much better with a new product, with a new kind of problem that you're looking to solve. Right? All right. So we talked about quite a few things. Again, this is not a exhaustive list, but rather I would say a cumulative view of what exactly is a business case, right? It is, and can a business case be very short-term viewed? This is what I'm going to do for the next 3 months. Yes and no? Depends on what?
Depends on the fact that if your business case is what needed is catering.
Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. So the scope of the problem is smaller. Okay. Somebody here said, sorry, I'll just come back.
So this is the for a product feature.
Uh-huh.
It can be a for a entire platform, not a this camera form.
Okay. So let me give you flip this question in another way. You said if I'm building a small feature, I want to add a simulator button in my screen. Will I make a business case for that?
But it should be relevant to the customer.
Yeah. And it should be meaningful enough for you to take the time of your leaders, right? In terms of the product that you're looking to build, right? Or the feature you're looking to build, right? For every small thing, you don't go to your leaders and say, hi, I need a review meetings to review this particular investment, right? So it's kind of, again, contextual. Now, one of the key things which is very important is that a business case need to have all the ingredients, a lot of things that different people talked about, so that it can help to build a decision. What is one of the most important things you look forward from a organizational review meeting? A go or a no-go, right? Eventually, it is that black and white. Yeah, sometimes you, even with a go, you come across with constraints. Happens, right? So the whole idea of your business case is that to steer the decision making. And yes, again, contextually, it depends whether how short term it is to long term. But ideally, the context is that you need to give in all the information that is sought by your stakeholders so that they can take an informed decision. All right. As I said, it is more about answers to the why, what, and how. I'll probably jump, since we're talking about the how, then how is it different from a PRD? How many of you know what is a PRD? Product requirement document. Sorry, but product managers throw up all the jargons. Yeah.
A more detailed document exactly listing down what all I want in my product, while how is that, what is the broad framework or strategy I'm going to develop? Am I going to use a open source platform? Am I going to build on top of an existing platform?
Right. Absolutely. So PRD, is it okay to say that it is going to be more solution centric?
Feature.
Right. So what is an MRD? Anybody knows what is an MRD? Market requirement document. It is, what is that? You want to say that?
More focused on business side and in market, but I have on the competitive analysis, cost analysis, what
So is it okay to say that that feeds into business case? Yes. Your revenue has to be center. As much as your customer has to be center, your revenue also has to be centered. Yeah, it is more of, think of it more like an inbound, where you are basically seeking the information from the market, largely from your users as part of your market research, to say that, okay, what am I going to build? Right? So again, if I have to just give a broad canvas, you probably start with an MRD. You identify this is what you want to build in order to solve that problem. The focus on this here is largely on the why and the what. but also with a decent overview on the how. And once the use case is approved is where you get into a PRD. Right? The PRD is more about how to solve the problem with giving a context of the why and the what. Right? So it's slightly different. Now, let's say, how many of you work in an agile methodology and understand what is agile? Right? And folks who don't know agile, it is basically, I don't want to write an entire document, get a business case approved, and then only start working on development. Agile is more about learn what your users need, quickly start putting some prototypes together so that your user can get a feel and touch, maybe touch yes or not, I don't know, but at least can understand that how are you thinking of solving that problem, right? And the idea is that iterate, learn from your users, learn from your customers, and improvise on your product. That's what we call as agile. So if I have to just take, given we all are in a very, very agile methodology, now where does the business case stops? Does it kind of stay? I mean, I have to keep working on my business case, put the documents. Yeah, is it a living document? Yeah, takes different manifestations. Is it fair to say that, or is there somebody who disagrees with that?
When you basically convert a business case into a product, and I think the scope of business document is close to it. You go about developing the product. So it's a matter of like, how you connect or how you convert the business case into a product.
Okay, so his point of view is that the minute you kind of got your business case approved and you have figured out that this is how you're going to develop, that is where you kind of then segue into, if lack of a better word, into a PRD. And then you focus on your development and execution. Yeah. All right. So, yeah.
Tracking point, like what is planned, what are the dates, how much is the impact and timeline. Like the business case document is actually considered.
Exactly.
So these points are further tracked.
Absolutely. 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 So see, again, it's all a cycle, right? I mean, in the framework, if you looked at it, there is, I called up, from strategy to execution to launch that we talked about, right? So there are different things, once again, that we do at different stages of our product development. I'm putting everything here, strategy to launch under product development life cycle. So it takes different manifestation, but there is always things that you're picking up from MRD into your business case, because you have to imagine if you give an overdose of information. Imagine if you're putting your PRD in front of your CEO. Is he the right audience? No, right? So you have to give them only as much of information that they need, the context that they need to take the decision that they have to take, right? So that is exactly the manifestation. But I'll come back. This is a very interesting question that I'll come back to. Yeah, sorry.
So, the markets change very often. Customers' demands change very often, right? And then the products need to get evolved and enhanced with those changes, right?
Absolutely.
Considering that business case, the MRDs, PRDs need to evolve at specific intervals of time.
Absolutely.
It depends upon which industry, which market you are in. B2C evolves a little faster than B2B, but then that's where all of these should be living documents all the time.
Absolutely. By the way, that's a fantastic point, and I actually want to spend like a couple of minutes around that. Does every product has a detailed MRD, business case, PRD? Maybe, maybe not. Because see, as a startup, if you're going to spend 1 month building that business case document, unless of course, if you're going for a pitch deck or something like that, which is a heavy investment that is needed, you need to be able to move fast, right? So, and there was a time I remember when I made my first business case document, business plan actually, which was a huge thing. We were in the waterfall methodology. And I actually took 3 months to make it. And it went iteration after iteration. And I actually, except for my technical architect, I think my engineering team saw the day of the first version of it only after 3 months. And it was a Word document. Can I afford to do something like that today? My competition would have already gone ahead and they would say you are already outdated, right? Because our technology is evolving so fast. Our consumer behaviors are changing every single day, right? So like a couple of days back, I was sitting with one of the investors in one of the startups that I work with, and we had built a product strategy around connections, like how connections are made. For example, when you do a connection in a LinkedIn is very different from how connections are made in a Twitter. And we thought we have a fantastic idea. And they said, but all this is already happening. Tell me how the future, the next billion users in the next 5 years to 10 years, how are they perceiving connections? Which is definitely very different from how it was done 5 years back, right? So user behaviors are changing. All right. So this is a very collaborative document. Again, is a product manager solely responsible for building a business case? I see a lot of no's. Any yes? Because you are the CEO. No?
Accountability of the project manager.
Absolutely. The accountability is with you. You are on the driver's seat. But that doesn't mean that you are the only one who has to slog. You have to slog. There is no debate on that. But then you have to manage so many different stakeholders, right? All right, let's go on to the next slide. I think we already kind of covered why do we need a business case? What happens if I don't have a business case? And I want to go ahead with the project. I want to go. Sorry?
I'm going to talk about to my customers, to my stakeholders, what the rationale behind building this.
Exactly. Imagine if you are buying a brand new phone, okay? And does it ever happen you go and tell the shopkeeper, tell me what is the product roadmap? Does it happen? Why don't you ask for a product roadmap? You spent like 1 lakh rupees on that iPhone. You need to know what is the product roadmap. Don't you need to know? You just see the advertisement, but okay. Now let's say I'm the owner of a company. I have to buy a payroll product for paying to my employees. This time I'm seeing product A, product B, product C. But this time I'm going and asking, hey, show me the roadmap. Why am I doing that? Because it is going to impact. My phone gets damaged, that's also an impact, no? Okay.
All of that I'm guessing is going to get solved over a period of time or what?
Okay, so yeah.
The payroll is a big product. Customer of the B2B product, but as customer of the product, we don't have so much waiting. I mean, as an individual, as a group, you might.
Okay.
We wanted to weigh that and see how much it is.
Okay, so we are saying the business impact is higher and these things. But does it happen that if Apple tells you that this is the version that I'm coming in January, which doesn't have, let's say, chargeless cable, but the one which is going to come 3 months later, all of them are going to support chargeless this thing. Let's say a feature which is really fancy. Now, if you already know that, would you go and spend 1 lakh rupees still? Right? So it is definitely contextual, but you would like to be aware of where that organization is going. Now, imagine if I have to buy a car and I know already the company which is manufacturing that car is going bankrupt. Will I go and buy that car? Because I don't know the parts will come later or not. I don't know whether the services is going to be there or not. What will happen if I want to resell my car? Will anybody buy it or not? So we care, right? So a business case is it kind of also a very critical piece that a business case does is that we all talk about strategy, organizational strategy, corporate strategy, but somebody has to execute it. And that is exactly what a business case does. When you come from a strategy perspective, we all understand that there is something called as organizational strategy. We are going to be the market leader in X space this year. But how are we going to do that? Then we have 4 LOBs. All the 4 LOBs says, I'm going to contribute in this way. I'm going to contribute in this way. That means now you are getting into LOB strategy or the business unit strategy. Now that business unit strategy could be powered by people, product, process, multiple things. I could be saving the cost. I could be adding more market by taking my product. I'm not doing anything in the product. Only thing I'm doing is I'm taking the product global. Or I might be adding new strategies, new features into the product, right? So one of the important things that your business case does is that it shows that how the case for which you are proposing there, the product that you're launching, how is it tying down the execution or the strategy that you have into your roadmap, right? So that's a very important aspect. So this is the very important thing. And when you are building your product, you are ready to, in another 3 months' time, your product will be ready to go out. But imagine if your marketing says, I have no resources to give you. Your sales said, oh, I don't have people who can talk about this product. You have built a B2C product, whereas all my resources are enterprise sales. I have to recruit people. Now, one of the important things for a business case also is that what is that you need the support from all these different stakeholders. And that is the reason they have to say yes. They have to agree, right? And this goes back to the fact that how much that you are trying to propose aligns to the overall organizational strategy. So it ties up your overall product strategy, organizational strategy to exactly the roadmap that you're trying to deliver. All right. Of course, then it helps prioritize your investments, right? I want to be able to create a chatbot. I want to be able to create a self-serve portal for my customers. I want to get into insurance domain. I want to start serving UPI in Singapore. Wow, that all sounds very fancy. And each one of them is going to do different good things for the organization. But is it, number one, aligned to our strategy? Number two, what is the kind of money needed to get there? What is the kind of benefit? What is the kind of return is the organization going to get? Not only that, how fast? Is it going to be a return, in 1 year, 2 years? When do I reach there? Right? As I said in the last slide, it helps you to do those decisions. So ideally, a business case has to give in those kind of decisions, insights, input to make those decisions, right? Helps and reduces time to market. If you're able to take faster decisions, if you're able to move ahead, that means you are able to move fast and take your products. Maybe you have the first mover advantage. Yeah. All right, let's take one example here. Imagine that I have this new startup idea. I am just in my postgraduate class right now. And I see that a lot of my friends want to make investments, but they are struggling. They don't know how to make that investments, right? So if I have to make a business case for somebody, probably I go to my college dean and I come and say, sir, I want to make a social platform like this. And I think that IIITB and IIM Bangalore students would be able to start investing in the next 6 months after this product is launched. So I'm painting a very, very fancy picture to him, right? Whatever you teach in the class, they would actually start doing day trading. They would actually start making money. Okay, no, who doesn't want money? So what would be some of the things that would be needed to build this business case? You want to go ahead?
Understanding of who will all the users be.
Okay, so the users, the persona.
The first thing, the need of the product. How strong is the need in the market?
Right. Is this a problem?
Yeah.
Is this a need? Is this a pain point? Or is it just a want?
Yeah.
You all understand the difference between a painkiller and a vitamin? Yeah? I see a lot of smiles. What do you think is a product? When is it a vitamin versus when is it a painkiller? Okay, that's by definition. Okay, let me give you another. Is Zepto a painkiller or a vitamin?
Zepto.
Zepto, you all know what does Zepto does?
Yeah.
Q-commerce?
Quick deliveries.
Quick deliveries. It's a painkiller?
No, I think it's
But before Zepto or a Blinkit, we would still do it, right?
And they have created this market.
They created the need. That's an important aspect. It was a want. It was a want. I wish somebody could tell. Before the Dunzos of the world came, we still managed, right? So suddenly something that was a want few years back has now become a pain point. Oh my God, it is saying 8 minutes.
I want to improve the grade.
Yeah, somebody put, oh, you know what? I ordered pizza, then I realized I forgot to order my Pepsi. And then I realized I have Blinkit. Right? So guys, it is important. What is the narrative? If your pain point is so deep and nobody has looked at it, people will just take it. But if you want to go into a brand new market where probably people have not even familiar to that, whether it is a want or a need, typically those kind of conversations will go for a much longer time. Maybe the first 10 investors, VCs will not even look at the pitch deck, or leaders will not even look at, saying that this is not a problem. So one thing I'll share, every time I would go to our leaders, we would usually have, when you go to a product roadmap, you will always have new features which are, monetizable, new sources of new streams of revenue. That will be one bucket. The second bucket would be your enhancements, which is more for customer delight, keeping your NPS high, keeping your customer satisfaction score high. And sometimes it could also be hygiene, you got to do it. And the third bucket, which at least product managers don't like much, is tech debt. Yeah? You will always push back your technology guys saying that, karna hai, yeah. Right? And they will say, okay, this is medium priority because very high is we can generate a new revenue stream over there. But imagine, I don't want to name the companies, but we want to file our taxes and we realize that, imagine last week of taxes you're trying to file and the platform is not working. It just throws you out. So tech debt is a very important aspect. And from a business case perspective, very, very important aspect that your product strategy, marketing strategy, technology strategy, all three have to come together. You can never build a product whose tech stack is not robust, especially looking at the kind of problem that you're trying to solve for. Right? So, okay, let's come back to this exercise. This is also part of the workshop. So somebody said that I would like to understand, is there a real need? So let's say you arrive at, maybe it is a nice to have. Then what would you do? You would not go further. But sometimes people do it just because they feel very strongly about it. Okay, that's one way of looking at it. All right, so let's not get there. Let's look at the problem. So we want to understand our users. What else would you like to understand? What else would you do to build your business case?
Their behavior.
Their behavior?
Investment.
All right, so somebody...
How we can add more value, right?
Okay, so let's unpack this 2 times. First thing is, what is their problem? How are they doing? How are they solving problem today? Let's come to the value a little later, because this is again a challenge that I see. We all jump to the value and the solution too soon. It is important as a product manager. One of the most important things we need to do is that spend as much time as possible in the problem space. I think Einstein said it, right? 99% of the time I will spend in the problem and only 1% in the solution space. It is not only theory, it is a fact. Best of the customer obsessed organizations do exactly that. And is it only the job of a product manager to know what customer needs? Everyone? Who is everyone? In the organization? But do really engineers do really others spend so much of time listening to customers?
It's usually the market analyst.
Okay. Are you saying only the market analysts need to know what customer needs?
No, not everyone.
No, everybody needs to know. Somebody who's developing the product needs to know how the product is going to be used. Okay, let's come back to this. Okay, so we said we need to understand the user pain point. We said we need to understand their behaviors. What else do you need? Okay, let's say you have understood what user needs. You understand where exactly your teenagers or your young adults are struggling. Lack of knowledge, let us say. They don't have resources. They do not have somebody who can guide them. So that means trust is an issue. Right? Because I can go and always go to look at 10 YouTubes where people are saying this. Economic Times predicts this is what is going on. Money Controls already tells you that this is going to happen. Then why do I need a social network? Because if somebody in my circle tells me that this has worked, does my trust factor goes up? The likelihood of me investing will go up? Yes? No?
Yes.
Okay. What else do I need to know? So I know my user. What else do I need to know?
Is the problem strong enough for the user? Are they willing to pay?
Wonderful point. Is the user willing to pay for it? Unless you are solving a problem tech for good. If not, even there, you need to at least keep the rock boat going, right? Is the user willing to pay for it? All right, what else? Competitors. Uber umbrella for this would be your market research. What all comes in market research? Competition, wonderful point. Why do I need to know what competition is doing? Okay, market sizing. Lot of things you guys would have read it in as part of your course and probably doing projects, doing things. Is it important to understand my market? How big is my market? At least have a idea around that.
And also you can look at how financially literate they are. How they understand.
Okay, you mean the students? Okay, so what is the current level of understanding of financial literacy? Wonderful point.
Also,
Again, a user perspective and a overall market perspective. Let's go back to the market research. What else do you need to know? He talked about competition. She talked about a general trend. How big is my market? What else? Anything around? Yeah. How easy it is to copy? Okay. Copying is not bad. If somebody has done it, why do you want to spin the wheel all over again? Just do it. Yeah.
we need to do whatever.
SWOT analysis, absolutely.
I mean, but how do already solve the
Yeah, exactly. Solved by a competitor, copy. Can I copy? A Zoom, suddenly Reliance Jio has a very well-defined video conferencing tool, right? Yeah.
What's the technological and
Okay. Let's step. Okay. So I'm still talking about market research, but it is an important point. From a technology perspective, where do we stand today? How is the problem being solved today? Right? Anything else? We talked about market sizing, market segmentation, customer segmentation.
Yes.
Who are my users? Should I build something with students who are there in tier 1 colleges, maybe rural colleges? Are they the right people? Will they have the money to invest? Does it matter?
Yes.
Only if they have money, they will invest. Right? All right. So that means, okay, so we have got market research. We have done user research. Where will we go next?
risk management strategy?
Risk management strategy. Double click a little bit on that. Okay.
We need to make sure that the investors don't have much risk in terms of losing their capital.
Okay.
And the time of response, like markets are so volatile. So the system that we build has to give them either through a quick SMS or through a mobile app. They need to
Okay.
be able to take that action quickly.
So we are already getting into the how. Let's stay away from the how for now. So we said market research, we said user research. The next thing is that risk. I really want to stay on with that point. What is the risk of building something like that? Regulations, absolutely fantastic point. It's a regulated market, right? Can just an NBFC come overnight in the market? No, it has to go through. That is, we have these guardrails which guides you, right? And if there are risks, what happens if I get investment? There is always a best case, there is a worst case, and there is a middle path. Maybe I get partial funding. I am able to do this much in the product, test it, show it, and then do it. By the way, now I want to connect to the point that he was saying. The user problem we have figured out. But what is the value? What should I build in my product that gives the value to the user? Is it important to know that? How do you define value? What are the pain points being solved? So if I flip it the other way, what is the benefit they get by building a product? Yeah. Folks on the last, anybody would like to add? Okay. But isn't that your responsibility to message it in a way that they perceive the value? So don't you need to know the value that you're offering?
Ma'am, the value could be two ways. What is the value the product will have for me, and what is the value the product will have for the user? So both the ways, how much of return on investment I will get, and what all problems it will solve for the customer that they're willing to pay for it.
Okay. Okay. So that's like two different way of living. See, me as a product manager, I'm part of an organization. I'm running a startup. Eventually, I want to solve a problem, but I also want to make money. That's my motivation.
Value proposition.
Value proposition. So what is the problem? Going to the other part that she was saying, what is the problem that I'm solving? And what is the value proposition? Exactly.
Value basically, there's any time and money, both the things are different.
See, correct. And that is why largely when you look at value proposition, that is where we kind of convey the value. You will usually see you are able to save time. You are able to make more money, right? It kind of boils down to that because that resonates with user, right? For example, yesterday was a very interesting conversation that I was having with one of the leaders. And she said that every time I travel to the US, I only take Hertz car. Because when you are coming out of a 20-hour flight, all you want to do is that you want to go and get down to your hotel as fast as you can. Whereas probably anything apart from Hertz don't have a facility within the airport. So that moment, time is your currency. Going back to our favorite example of Zepto, what is the value there? Time, convenience. So it is also the perception. Today, if I am a student and I don't make much of money, and if for every delivery, if I have to pay 40 rupees, maybe it's not that the best way of doing it. I would rather walk, take my cycle, buy the stuff. But tomorrow, when I start earning maybe, or when I have the money, and it's also again a trade-off that you do contextually at that point of time, when I have an exam tomorrow morning, and I have this really crave for the coffee, the third wave coffee, I don't mind spending that 50 rupees on the delivery fees. Yeah. But maybe on a regular day, I will not give it.
Ma'am, I have a question. How would value proposition change when you're building tech for good products where economy or profit are not your goals? Or when you're building B2B products in a not-for-profit sector? How does it differ?
B2B for a not-for-profit sector.
For example, you're building ERPs
Okay.
or MISs, those kind of tech products
Okay.
within the not-for-profit sector, which will not have any economic value attached to it.
See, again, it's contextual, and I'm not the best person who has worked in the I would say, NGO space or the tech for good space, but would love to see if there are folks who would like to chime in here. But see, even when you are solving a tech for good perspective, right? For example, if we take the example of the Bill Gates Foundation or any of the foundations who pump in money, they are solving the problem for a larger cause. For example, think of so many startups which have now come in for climate change, right? So these are problems that are being solved for a larger purpose, right? Of course, they will also find ways to monetize things, right? For example, if somebody is making a sanitary pad for the girls in the rural area, maybe the end user is not the persona from whom they will charge money, but there would be ways, maybe it could be a value added service, maybe there could be sponsorship where they would figure out how to monetize. Because there is not unlimited resources, guys. Always remember, one very important ethos of making a business case is that you will never get unlimited resources, because that's not a reality. You have to always work within constraints. And that is one of the important aspects of a business case, that how do you make those constraints into opportunity and are able to deliver a product which is adding a lot of value to your users, right? That's an important aspect. Now, just in the interest of time, I'll quickly switch over. So when is the right time to build a business case? When I'm just thinking about an idea, I know when you identify the problem. Okay, I'm about to hire people. Now I should get my business case? No? Before that, I need to have the money to pay them? Okay. So you do a POC. Everybody understands what's a POC? Proof of concept? Yeah.
So basically, the problem can be solved in like multiple ways, right? So you would be coming up with like 4 or 5 approaches to solve the problem.
Correct.
And to see like which one would be the ideal one. That's the right one. Right one. Basically, like I know there is a problem, and by instinct I know this could be the solution. And I know there are multiple ways to solve that. And I would come up with a metric to validate which one would be the ideal one to go with. I think is that the right time to.
So when you have to test it out, so the question here is that I have 5 ways to solve a problem, right? And I know all 5 will work, right? But are all 5 going to be as efficient, as effective? How would you test it out? So anybody wants to answer that? The question here is that, I'm just kind of making it a little more inclusive. The question here is that, when is the right time to build the business case here?
Yeah, one of the things is A/B testing, and there are multiple other ways wherein you can test your ideas before you actually consolidate on idea. But then in this agile world, you shouldn't spend a lot of time. If one idea doesn't work, you pivot it and you change it in the future as well. But yeah.
Right.
Hypothesis. This problem. So I'll take like some case of a problem. Customers move from A to B is a problem. So that solve like by building a bicycle or by building a car.
Correct.
So before going into that, so that which product that I'm going to build, that purely depends on the customer segment.
Right.
So is it going to have a factor like based on different customer segment? I will have a business case separately.
So okay, see again. Let's say he wants to go from point A to point B. Now there could be customers who can afford, for whom time is a premium. They want to reach between point A to point. Distance remains same, 10 kilometers. There are customers who want to reach there faster, right? There are customers who have time. They are let's say somebody like me who are very sustainable conscious. So I have time, number one, and I would like to go in the most eco-friendly way, right? So one of the factors that we were talking, right, is that even when you do, and that is why market segmentation is very important. It is never a one size fits all. So for example, when you are identifying a problem and you think 5 solutions are possible, you have to do a deeper analysis of why do you think these 5 solutions are the right ones. You will then narrow down, because you will figure it out that probably somebody who is willing to go, who wants to go in 10 minutes. And that is why your whole discovery process is very important, because you will start seeing cohorts within your user segments. And that is why we say this cohort analysis is very important, because there will be a cohort of people who want to go really fast and they wouldn't mind paying a price for that. Whereas there would be people who probably don't really care about the time, right? So you need to probably come out with saying that, okay, out of these 5, I might want to try the 3 which are most effective and efficient. So it depends on the context. Ideally, I would never say that try all the 5 of them. Ideally, you need to narrow down. And guys, always when you're starting, it is important to put some kind of a guardrail. You cannot boil the ocean in an MVP. Right? So take a problem statement which you think has the widest appeal. You are solving a pain point, right? It also depends. If you are doing a college project, maybe you don't have the luxury of time. You want to really move fast, you want to validate. Versus if you are somebody who is able to raise 10 million in a seed funding, that means you have the resources to put in there and probably do multiple hypothesis testing. Right? For example, there are companies that I have worked with which are very traditional. When they start, they put people to test whether this will really work or not. There are companies which actually have been tech first. Now, this also depends upon the DNA of the founders who come in. For example, if there is a tech founder, they will always start with the tech first. If there is an operations or a marketing founder, they will always start with maybe more manual processes just to test whether this will work or not. There was a very interesting startup sometime last year that I was helping them build their product strategy. And these guys were about 13 people and only 2 developers. And so basically what they were doing is, you all understand what is lead generation, right? So when you have to lead generate, you need to have the contact details of these customers, right? Imagine I am selling healthcare product. I need the contact details of all the CEOs of the hospitals. So I will typically go to a search engine like an Apollo, XYZ and all that. So these guys figured out that there is an appetite for market, especially related to some segment that they had identified, that nobody is working on that. So I looked at their product. I said, your product is hardly doing anything, but you are saying they already showed me 50 customers and they were only 4 months old. So I said, you are already showing me 50 customers and they were giving them data month on month. So I said, how are you doing this? So they said, every 10 customer, I have a person. They give him the details that this is what they're doing. And these people are basically going on to an Apollo. These people are going on to all these websites and manually extracting the data and giving it to their customers. That's their MVP. What is that? There's a very popular thing, no? Wizards of Oz. Yeah? I don't know how many of you know about this Zappos guy, that experiment which he did. So the point that they were trying to identify here is that, is there really a market? There are so many players out there. Can I create a niche? Right? And how much are people willing to pay? So there was one very interesting use case which came in. One person was looking to invest in schools. This guy had a lot of money. He said, I want to talk to all the good schools principals. Right? So he was an investor. So these guys managed to pull out some top 100 schools in India and gave him the this thing. And this guy, because he was not able to find this data anywhere, was willing to pay certain amount every contact that he got. Right? So it is also a matter of time, matter of what they are looking for and how exclusive are you, the problem that you're solving, how exclusive is that? So something which is very, very important for me may not be important for him. And that is why, again, I keep coming back. Context is very important. Right?
That is the point where we'll have to distinguish between services and products. It's like a service problem.
Yes, but eventually they kind of converted that into a product. Now that is also a, as you said, it's a thin line. Is it really a problem that I can productize? Or I keep adding more and more people, and every 10 people I have one person. But if you are able to identify those patterns, if you are able to identify those things, then you kind of end up building a product. By the way, they ended up building a good MVP. All right. Just in the interest of time. So quickly, as many of you said, right, your business plan can continue to evolve. I mean, again, when you want to do a POC, there is a certain amount of resources that you would need. But it is important that you understand what is that you want to achieve out of that POC, right? What is the outcome that you're looking to achieve? And for that, it is really important that you have knowledge about everything we talked about, market research, problem statement. Will I know everything on day one? Right? And that is why I say that your business case also evolves. There is one common question which I get from a lot of my students is that I have spoken to 50 people. I have done a survey with 1,000 people. Is my data good enough?
Depends on
In the context that you have, yes, because you have to start somewhere. At least you are having some information. Now you build something, go back this time instead of 1,000 people, you go back to 10,000 people. You will get new insights. You will continue to improve the product, right? So the point here is that you need to be continually iterating on it. And you might be at every step, in order to build the POC or in order to build my MVP version 2, I again need a resource. Right? All right. Now, I think this is the crux of all the discussions that we did. We need to identify the problem statement and all the theory that you have in the product management space. How do I identify the problem statement? You use a PESTLE, you use a circle method, you use a design thinking, you use a jobs to be done. The most important thing is you need to understand a problem statement. There are multiple frameworks that are available. In more matured organizations, you will have these user research teams, you will have these market research teams, which will help you. If you are a startup, there are enough boutique design companies available out there, which will help you. Right? If you are starved of resources, just grab the boot and do it yourself. Yeah.
One of the things which I also find one of the core things of a business case is your vision. The purpose behind.
Oh, yes, that's it. Okay. So I think I kind of talked about that briefly when we talked about strategy to the product strategy part of it. But see, this is also has to essence. Thanks for reminding that. The essence have to be, one of the tenets is the product vision. What is the vision that you have? Right? I mean, the vision and the mission statements that an organization, and I know in my very early days, when I would get so big emails from my CEO or my LOB head, I would say, oh my God, yet another email, which I probably, how many of you read those vision statements very seriously? Sorry? I think for many of them now is also the right questions, right? But guys, be very, there is a lot of thought that goes into building those vision statements, right? Because they are the reflection of who you are and where you want to go, right? It is not just those 4 pillars or those 4, the vision statement that we have. It is a very important, the ethos, the thought process that goes into it with all the offsites that the product leaders do. It is a very important manifestation of that. And in fact, the tenets of your strategy is kind of based on that, right? So thank you for bringing that up. By the way, quickly moving here, is it only about problem statement? No, we also talked about solution. There are 5 ways of solving it. You have to do that deeper analysis to say, how do I solve it, right? So for example, I talked about market analysis. You understand what is the right user segment that you are going to go after. How does your, what are the demographics of your user? Who is your user, right? All the ethnographic that needs to be done for your users, you kind of do all that research. Now, when you typically come your solution and value proposition, this is all based upon this. Technology, somebody talked about technology. At this stage, it is really important. If it is something that can be solved with a rule-based platform, do I really need a blockchain to solve it? No, right? So there are always 10 ways of solving it, even from a technology perspective. Something that a sheet can do probably, do I need something much more complicated? Maybe yes. Like, for example, I see a lot of users using Notion. How many of you users use Notion here? By the way, for those who don't know, Notion is a fantastic tool, which is used for your daily management. I was very surprised when my daughter showed me she has her entire to-do list on Notion, but it is actually a fantastic tool. So the user behaviors, right, has changed. If you ask a lot of younger generation, I would still stick to a Microsoft Word or a Microsoft Excel. But the newer generation is using a very different set of tools, right? So how do you solve it? Now, this is the next important point. In order to anything get done, you need a plan, right? You need resources. So what will make the problem statement that you're trying to solve, the solution that you have, what is your plan to solve that? And this could be a technology plan, this could be a product plan, this could be your marketing plan. What are the kind of people? If the only way for me to solve this problem, I'm solving a fraud detection problem for a bank, for a BFSI, right? I want to build an AI/ML model. I want to use the latest technology to be able to solve it. Okay, can I do it with a C++ developer? No, I need to have a developer who understands machine learning, right? And that is where it is important. I want to build a SaaS product and I expect 1 million people to be on my platform in the next 2 years. Should I buy data centers? What will I do? What should I do? I need to get the resources. I probably get an account with AWS or Azure, whatever it is. So these needs to be factored in. That is why your planning is a very important aspect of a business case, right? Again, who are the different kind of people who will work with me here? I can only make plan. I can only do user research. I can only do risk assumptions. Is it possible? Right. Exactly. Right. So there are different people you can see with whom we work at different stages. All right. Finances. Why is this important? Everything is about that. Show me the money. Right? The person sitting on the other side of the table largely cares about that. You tell me what it takes to build it and what is the return on investment.
Then I'm going to get there.
Then how am I going to get there? And everything, a lot of things that we learn as part of our MBA programs, we can apply here. How do I get my ROI? Right? How can I do my cost benefit analysis? That is out of scope for this discussion today, but I'm just talking about. And risks and assumptions. By the way, why is this important? It's okay, I will figure out as the risk comes, I will solve it. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. What if this doesn't take off? I built a system which can take 100 people. But wow, people liked it. And now suddenly I have 10,000 people on my platform. But platform now just shows a Damru. Absolutely. Right? What impacts? Yeah, the gentleman. Yeah, it's not in a particular sequence, but these are important components. So if you are my leader and I come to you, these are things that would matter. I mean, probably the user part of it and the solution part of it, no. But see, also why the reason I listed it here is that as you go through this cycle, you continue to add here. Right? Maybe yes. Again, you go back to this iterative cycle. I decide that I wanted to do a. So, for example, during one of the jobs that I was doing as a KYC head, we decided that document platform. So, what was happening was that we had a lot of global customers, right? For example, a Philips in India will also have a Philips in Denmark, a Philips in US. Now, what was happening was that every time I was onboarding the same group across a different location onto my clientele, we would do KYC every single time. We would ask them the same set of documents. There are some mothership documents, and then there will be some country-specific documents. So this whole package and this whole KYC, we will do it all over again. And believe me, for those who have not done it, in a wholesale world or in a B2B world, doing a KYC is nothing less than 6 months. And especially the company the size that I'm talking about. So the constant issues that we would get from our folks would be, especially the salespeople who are facing the customers would be, can you do something that this KYC time can be reduced? Because only when you do the KYC, you can actually get into transactions. You can actually start doing business. So we said that, okay, we are going to solve it through blockchain. Why? Because blockchain helps you to get this document. It can be shared, non-mutated, XYZ, everything, right? So I created a business case to get funding to get 2 resources. Blockchain resources are not reasonable, right? I needed a product manager, I needed an experienced designer and everything. And finally, when we did the POC, we figured out that it was too ahead of the technology for the problem that we are trying to solve. Too expensive a technology, right? So it was important to know. Otherwise, imagine the kind of investments that could have gone without doing that POC. So to come back to the point that he said, you need to identify those risks, that how do you mitigate that? And sometimes it could be just a no-go because you did not see the ROI. If time permits, I'll talk about another experiment which I did as part of one of my tax products. When we decided to move from desktop to mobile, what were some of the learnings over there? And most important thing, success, right? What is the success criteria? By the way, guys, you might do everything, but imagine your leaders have only this much time. They really want to see what is the crux, what is the recommendation that you have. You are the one as a product manager have done every single thing. So please spend a good amount of time on making this, which is the summary. Eventually, all they care about is recommendation because they trust that after doing all this jing-bang of research and everything, you have done this.
I'll take 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yes. Okay. I do have a hidden agenda. I thought that, where do I get such an amazing set of people? So something which you possibly do not normally come across, you should know something like that happens in this country. So you talked about that summary. I'll talk about 3 key decisions. 3 minutes. And 3 slides which were used. The 3 prime ministers. One was Mrs. Gandhi. So the country had to take a decision whether to go for color television or not. Is it a product? It is a service? Is it a technology? You decide. I will not get into it. The second one was the Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Yeah, go for it. Is it technology? It is service? It is product. Third, Modi, you would actually hear NESL in the platinum sponsor for the answer. Account aggregator. Should we go for account aggregator? All these decisions are all taken with 3 slides. Okay, so thank you. I thought we should know because some of these things.
Absolutely.
Because all of them finally are, can you make a case?
Yes,
Can you make a case?
absolutely.
We made a case, and I have been involved with all three of them.
Oh, wow. Yes, so I think I don't have to add anything. How important is summary?
Huh?
So what was there in each of them?
No, but I tell you, see, I think what you should also realize is that lot of times such major decisions are taken, you can call it a pinch of salt, or taken, okay, and invariably you will find there is something called an external dimension which makes you do. Okay, I will give you only one example. Okay, one of the reasons why Mrs. Gandhi liked that idea was that those days, remember, there was only one television called Doordarshan. She would be seen more colorful. As a word man, I go on and on now. Thank you.
By the way, actually on that thread, thank you, sir. That was very, very insightful. On that note, right, let's kind of probably just come back to the slide a little later. Stakeholder management, because that's
Sorry
that.
for taking,
No. I'm usually guilty of going beyond my class time. So I don't know, Muthu, do we have time today?
Yeah, 11.
Okay. So I'll after this, we'll just quickly get into a exercise that I would like. Yeah, okay. So see, just coming from the perspective that he shared, right? When you're kind of working on a fantastic business case, right? But imagine when you walk into that room, and if you do not know the motivations, the agenda, the state of mind of people on the other side, the likelihood of your business case making through becomes remote. Yes or no?
Yes.
Right? So as much as you spend time making those slides beautiful, making those exorbitant amount of research data that you have done, all that is waste if you are not able to assess what would make them say yes to your proposal. You have already lost the battle, right? So few things that one of my manager earlier, and I'm always indebted to her to give me some of these insights. As a product manager, stakeholder management is table stakes for you, right? Whether it is 2 level up, whether it is your people reporting into you, whether it is that designer, whether it is somebody in a engineering lead in a different team with whom you have never worked, you never know, they might be friends. She told me, never have your lunch and coffee with the same person in the same week. She said, no matter what, people will always take coffee breaks. No matter what, people always will take lunch breaks, right? So it is really, really important for you as a product manager to build relationships, right? And believe me, a majority and lot of these product organizations, at least in my own experience, work in a consensus based. That means you have a salesperson, you have a legal, you have a business head. They all need to agree. Of course, they have their own priorities, they have their own agendas, and it is not as simple as I'm talking about, but you need to start somewhere. And one of the biggest ways of building these relationships helps you to understand the motivations, the person on the other side, right? So never shy away from outreaching those people, right? But be well prepared. I mean, it could be, you could talk about weather and kids and geographies and everything, but please be well prepared, especially when you're taking time from those folks in the leadership, right? Understand what keeps them awake. Ask them, how can I help you? Because when you have these kind of conversations, it gives you, just like how you observe your customers, it is really important for you to have empathy with these people to understand that when you are talking about solving a problem, what is the motivation of that person to say yes to you, to give the resources to you, to give the budget to you, right? So typically some of the things that I would always do is that, of course, not all the time it worked, but try to at least have, time with each of the stakeholders who has a say in that business case, the big meeting that you are getting into, right? When you have directly with the person or somebody who's reporting into that person to say that what are their priorities. See, one of the biggest challenges, especially those of you who are working in bigger organizations, is that the priority of your LOB might be very different from the LOB of another team. But all of you at some point would be working on products which has a lot of upstreams, which has a lot of downstreams. That means some data has to come from somewhere. That market research person has not shared the data with you. That somebody else has not shared the API with you. Happens all the time. How do you manage it? Talk. Communicate. Over communication is not bad, at least not in the product management world. It is okay to over communicate. Not communicating is a problem. Right? So figure out what works in the nuances of your organization. Talking to that person, getting a feedback, right? Being honest. Not if that today 10 o'clock I have the meeting and I send them the slides at 9:55. Right? Send them slides for pre-read. If you have not been able to find the time with them, send the slides for them for pre-read. Right? And it is very important. And I talked about empathy, right? I mean, the typical trade-off that I talked about, especially when we are fighting for our business cases, is that technology team says, no, my thing should have a higher priority. It is really important. And a lot of times, actually, in the business case approvals that happen, you will always find a middle path. Happens? Probably they will say, okay, I'm giving you budget for this POC. Show me the success that it works or not works. And then we will do the funding for the phase 2. And that is why if I go back to the slide that I was sharing, it is very, very important that you are clear as product manager when you define your business case, what is the business outcome that you're looking. It is not, I'm building this feature and so many users will use it. Microsoft Excel has thousands of features. It's one of the best examples. Because when you build something, you have to maintain it. Tomorrow, Microsoft decides they are not going to support this OS. Tomorrow, this company decides they are not going to support their device. That means you have to do all those compatibility tests. We were talking just before the meeting discussion, this group, we were talking about accessibility. Right? So there is always a constant investment that goes into the features that you have built. So move away from the feature mindset, talk about the benefit mindset. Whatever you are building, what is that problem that it is solving? The minute you build your product roadmaps with that kind of a view, you will see the language that everybody else, your stakeholders, start saying the same thing. So speak the language that your stakeholders understand. That's another important aspect. Be consistent with your language. Right? So understanding your stakeholders is a very important part. By the way, I think I kind of already covered a lot of these aspects, right? Oh, sorry. Before you go here, this is the part that where we think. Any questions on this slides? Is it readable? Yeah, it's not linear, it's iterative. If you go back to one of the slides that I've shared, see, again, this is, guys, it is very contextual. There could be cases where you have a very high visibility project where you are kind of literally going linear. I'm going to do a POC today. I take a business case. I'm securing 3 million funding for this. The success metrics of this will define whether I want to go there. I'll talk about one of the, okay, I think I always get into that. So let's talk about some of the frameworks. Sorry. Make recommendations is based, you have done all the things. So what are your recommendations? This is the summary part. What is the final recommendation that you're making as part of the solutioning that you're doing? Your solutioning section might be very big, but he came up with 5 proposals, but I'm saying the top 2 and probably in a certain sequence. Plan A, plan B, right? That's the recommendation. By the way, we have tons of tools out there which helps you to define how would you go about building your business case. Largely what I spoke about in the last section was that what are the main components of a business case document? Now, this could be a Word, this could be a Confluence, this could be a PPT, any of the project management tools that you guys are using, a lot of project management tools like a Asana or a Monday.com, they come with their own templates. Feel free to use that. But largely the sections are the ones which I talked about, which should be covering the holistically a business case for which you are pushing for. Okay. Now, how many of you have read about business model canvas? Would you say what is a business model canvas?
All the viewers, go into defining your business model, and it will help you prioritize all the drivers so that you can attain a product market fit.
Okay. So it basically shows if the business that you are thinking through, is it a viable business or not, right? Thank you for adding that. So it basically brings in all the constructs. This is the little brother of business model canvas, which is called as lean product canvas. The reason I kind of prefer this is that because as a product manager, I would like you guys to really focus on a problem statement. When you look at a business, it is much bigger, right? I mean, so in the pursuit of the conversation that we are having today, it is really important to nail down on a problem. Why is this framework helpful? Exactly, right? It is, again, I am not saying replace your business case template with this. That's not the point. In fact, most of the business case templates have this as a section. This is more to see as a product manager, one of the biggest skills for us to acquire or to practice is to say no. I have 5 things to do, but if I get only this much budget, what is that one thing that I will do? What is that one problem statement that I will solve? Right? So the idea is that when you are looking, I talked about so many different things in that semicircle, right? If you have to fit it into a frame so that you are able to give a holistic view to your leadership, this is one of the best frameworks, right? Because you are actually talking here about a problem statement. You are actually talking about what are the existing alternatives. People want to go from point A to point B. I get it. It's a problem because people get tired. They want to go fast. The roads are not good, whatever it is. How are people solving? There are already ways people are solving it. What is the solution? Right? You may list 1 or 2 solutions that you're thinking. Now, this is a very important point. The solution that you are building, what is so unique about it? I'm able to deliver the product to you in 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes. That is the benefit. Going back to the value proposition that we talked about, it's the convenience. Are people willing to pay for it? Right? What is the unfair advantage that you have on your competitors? First movers, maybe I have deep pockets. Yeah, maybe I already have this. For example, Swiggy just started with Instamart. Why? They already had a user base. They already have a supply. They already have a distribution network that can be leveraged for that. They already have a technology, right? So what are the levers that gives you that unfair advantage in the market, right? Then the next one is that who are your customer segments? Who are your early adopters? Have you all seen the typical S curve? Yeah, the bell curve. Yeah. So typically your early adopters or your innovators are the one who will tell you whether this is a useful product or not, to put it really simple. Somebody said, will they be willing to pay for it or not? So what does that customer segment of early adopters look like? Maybe I want to start it with young millennials of Bangalore. That is my target segment about which, and then I will expand to Delhi, Ahmedabad, wherever, right? Now, what does it take to build this? Nothing comes for free, right? And then the revenue streams. How do you start monetizing it? WhatsApp did not monetize for a very, very long time. But now they have accumulated so much of data. Suddenly, there are so many revenue streams that they are able to monetize. So not necessary that you need to have a revenue stream from day one, but you need to have a outlook. Are you a data company? Are you a content company? Are you a technology? So there are a variety of ways. Let me not get there. All right. So let me show you a quick example. And this is the exercise that we wanted to do today. This is the example of Uber. I know it's probably a very overused example. Yeah. But they had the first mover advantage in that space. People were still going from one place to another. There were still taxi stands available. Right? But was it available at my fingertips? No. So all they did was that they just got the people and those providers together. They basically built a platform just to get them together. Right? So that is the unique value proposition that they have. And the unfair advantage is that they are able to provide low priced rides at the push of a button. You don't have to walk all the way to a stand in order to hail that cab. Right? This is still, I would say, more broader segment, but typically when you are building a product for a particular cohort, you will go a little bit more into the demographics over there, right? And these are the people who are probably today taking a taxi service, people who are taking public transport. These are the first people. Probably somebody who's a homemaker who doesn't really go out, or a kid who's less than 10 years old is not my target segment. I'm looking for people who are using some kind of mode of transportation, who don't own a mode of transportation as my first early adopters. And what did they do? Actually, at a point of time, they actually changed people's habit. People stopped using their cars and people started using Uber. At least till the time there were good discounts. Yeah? All right, any questions on this? Is the purpose of using lean canvas clear?
Probably use business model canvas and model understand and use clean canvas model. I want to solve this problem because I start with a problem here. Whereas you don't write the problem statement in the other part, right? So because you also discuss channel.
Correct.
You look at what are the key activities,
Key partners and stuff like that.
So
So
that's what I'm looking at. I'm not sure it's
So the only thing, see, again, these are nuances which could be interchangeably used, but you can say largely business model canvas is when you're trying to expand into a business, expand your businesses. You have an existing business, you want to pour into something new. Whereas lean product canvas helps you to bring in a much more product mindset here, because there you could talk about services as well in a business model canvas, right? Okay, this is something again that I talked about. It is really important, financial analysis that you do, right? Of course, how long can you keep burning your cash before you become profitable, right? Now, this is important. This is what we saw here, right? So you see that all of them are kind of coming together. By the way, one of the very important thing is do not miss opportunity cost. While I'm trying to build this, I could have been also building this. So what is the opportunity cost that I lose because I'm not building there? Especially as a startup, this matters a lot because you have only so many resources. So you need to be really, really very prudent to say that what is that am I going to build? Okay. All right. I'm going to now come back to, by the way, these slides are shared, so you don't have to worry about. These will be shared later. I'll come back to this.
Not shared yet.
Yeah, it will be shared. All right. So let's do this. Radhika, they all have the printouts? Oh, okay. So what we're going to do is that while I would have loved to just distribute it in this row, please make a group of 2 each, person sitting next to you. Pick up any one of the problem statements that we have here and draw your business model canvas. 2 people together. You can distribute this further. How's it going? By the way, Q-commerce is quick commerce. Yes. Anybody else? Oh, sorry.
Which one should we pick up from this?
New insurance offering. E-commerce is everyone will do that because they will pick up the Depto and done those. Community product for LGBT will be a difficult take.
Yeah, we don't know what we are trying.
We don't know the exact market. Insurance offering is a good one. Navi could be the one.
You want me to bring up examples for that thing on the slide?
Navi could be the one.
Maybe after 2-3 minutes.
Sorry?
Maybe up to 3 minutes.
Okay.
Marketplace, for instance, is MyGate,
Please take a example.
MyGate, and now Adda, and No Broker is coming up.
Please be not expected to be a very well thought exercise.
And
Hospital management.
Hostel managing facilities. This is out of, it was not there when we were hosting. Yeah, there are there, but I don't know much about it. So three things: insurance, marketplace for insurance, and people. People insurance and marketplace. Which one is? Yeah, I think that is a good one.
Okay, we take 10 minutes to do this exercise. I will. I wanted to give 2-3 minutes for you guys to think through, and then we'll do this.
Market talking about management and also a market. Like MyGate.
Residential management app, we can talk about the marketplace.
Not only this managing.
So the stock options, like the example which you gave, the financial stock options. So building a product or making that to be a quick.
So these are all software products only.
Yeah. Okay.
So the problem statement could be, first thing is,
What's your problem statement?
what is the first product?
Any questions?
First is
No?
residential.
All right.
We can say gated community. First is that yeah, app for community management. Like,
So this app can help probably.
what is the first main problem? Main problem would be the first is residential management. The address the coming, going, and exit entering.
Exit or can help the secretaries or the management of those residential colonies know about who all are there in that
So
community.
the users will be two.
The
One,
users will be
one is the management.
exactly
Another would be the residents.
the residents.
Management and the admin and the users. So
So
from
we can put earlier doctors will be, we have a section for users.
customer segment, this is there. But for the problem statement, first problem statement is the residential problem statement, residential management. So currently, we have to solve this security. Security and security and what is that? Knowledge.
That's usually the gated community, knowing well what all facilities are available in your environment. To the people, especially.
First is security. Second thing is security and what is that? Like, let's keep security as a broader thing.
Yeah.
Second thing is like community access. Like all the functions, everything, like all internet community, community access and collaboration. Community access and collaboration. And collaboration can add. Collaboration. Third thing is like
Or not. Okay, so we want to believe
so this is one is why we need residential management software.
So we need one is security,
One is-
second is collaboration.
Now this marketplace software, why do we have a marketplace? We are talking about a marketplace. Now you can write it the heading here, marketplace. For instance. The marketplace also need like transaction. Like yeah. It would be like
That's a problem. Also serve as
so the community needs, the transactional needs of a community, all the transactional needs of a community. One-stop shop for all transactions, like one stop shop is the another one. Like
That's so similar to the previous thing. What is the problem? Really solve for it and take any security. We're trying to solve for community access or collaboration.
and another one is like
Access to
trusted
services.
access
Access to
trusted, yes, access to trusted. Right.
Administrators.
So this will be for this main admins and everyone. This is for residents.
This is for residents and even this
This is for residents.
these two are for residents, this is for the management and the residents as well because it will take care of the security.
Security and management of the place. Security and management.
Residential management, staff.
Yes. Now let's try to make it a different thing, little bit another problem. See, we know Maggot is a competition. Maggot already doing it, but different it is doing for Maggot. Maybe let's add a third problem which will make us a differentiator from Maggot. Let's keep a pin in it. We will think as we go on the other thing.
Or alternate.
So solution. So solution. Let's forget the solution. What do we want to measure?
Yeah.
Like we want to.
Coming in and going out apart from regular residents.
So this is typically a B2B. Right. So what is the key thing B2B? First thing is number of societies or residential.
Areas we are covering, like locality.
That would summarize an area like societies and residential complexes we are doing. Second thing is this would be the ticket size. Second thing is so if you want to offer the metrics, what do we want to offer? Like we want to offer like what is the who are our customers? So customers would be individually the number of societies that we are in. Second thing is the regions. Like which cities are there?
That's the same number of cities or states.
Yeah, number of cities. Cities is fine. Let's not go to the states. It will be a little bit vague there. Third thing is the interactions. So installation, everyone will be installing. That will be not the metric. Activity, like activity or activity.
Activities. So frequency of them. Is that measured?
Third party.
We can talk about the engagement. Because since it's a marketplace, we want to idea how much people are actually spending time in a society. If there are 10,000 people, 10,000 will download the app. How many of them are actually engaging into our app? That is something which we have to measure and tell them. That is something a metric which will give us a revenue potential because we know that these people are more interested, and that will be a key thing for trusted services. So when we say this, we can actually tell that these are many active users and what else? This is transaction activity. We can also have some metrics like guard.
These service providers also register on this app to say that, okay, we are available in these localities and provide these services.
Yeah.
When you talk about access to trusted services.
So there are two sides of it. One, there will be three users.
Provider.
Yeah, one is the vendors.
Yeah. So
Then-
we put in the customer segment, you have the management of the residential apps.
Customer segments, we can say, so customer segments will be the societies.
Yeah.
Customer segments will be the societies. So the primarily will be residential societies
Residential societies and service providers.
and service providers. Yes.
Service providers.
And this is here. These are the primary. Then when we say users and all, then it will become different. Then
So that will be user persona mode.
correct. Here is the segment. So our segment is really how many segments society, what is the address for how many societies are there and how many of them are we able to convert and all.
What is the channel through which it can?
Yes. Now here I believe there is another problem we can solve. individual household.
All right, how are we doing? Not yet finished? Very interesting. Can I have everyone's attention here? How are we doing this time?
Because it goes for.
Need more time? Okay, so there is a good news. How many of you are done?
Right.
No early adopters?
So these could be people who are not.
All right. So the good news is that I'm going to be here for the rest of the day, right? And you are going to get 2 coffee breaks. You're going to get 1 lunch break. So grab onto your partner during these coffee breaks and during those lunch breaks. And you can just find me attending some of these other workshops that are happening during the day and happy to answer any questions.
So what they do is they usually go for.
How many of you have used lean product canvas earlier?
If you see the.
What are you doing? What are you doing differently this time?
What is it?
They have used lean product canvas earlier. So what are you doing differently this time? Or your partner is getting the benefit of you already knowing it. That's the one. Okay, so how are you thinking differently now when you're building on a business case? Guys, since you all are going to get some extra time, why don't we come back to the class? I'll just take another 3 minutes. Yeah, and then we'll go for the coffee, the much needed coffee, and carry on with your conversation there. All right, so let's hear this gentleman. Yeah, please go ahead.
I find what you call this, and then because the last is I have to do the software. I'm finding what the problem statement.
Oh, okay, so that's a good feedback, right? I should have given a problem statement and start from there, right? So here the assumption is I have already figured out that there is a problem. All right, or maybe I just see that there is a need. There are only 2 players today, for example, for a Q-commerce. And I haven't seen really anything on the LGBTQ space for the communities. So I just figured out that, does it happen? I think most of the startup ideas, that's what happens, right? They struggle with a problem and they figure out that nothing is existing today. So let's take that benefit of doubt today for this, saying that there is a problem that exists and we want to solve it. All right, guys. So just to quickly summarize, right? You will also get the slides, but I just want to kind of go back. There is only this much that I can do in this work. I don't know why this. Okay, let me just do it from here. All right. So could we please avoid the side talks and have the attention here? Thank you. All right. So what are some of the tips? Again, this is not an exhaustive list, but all I'm saying is stakeholder management. Know who is the person on the other side and how can you get your process budget approved, right? This is really important. Encourage teamwork. The more collaborative you are, you have built those friends, go to that sutta corner, go to that coffee place where your friends really like. Those little treats can get you a big budget, right? So anyway, don't hear what I said the first line. All right. Use checklists because this actually helps you to say that everything that you need in order to get there, is it there or not, right? So using checklists, iterate and learn. How many of you have read the book from Eric Rice, Lean Methodology, Lean Startup, sorry? Yeah, great book. For all product managers, I would highly recommend to go back and read because it constantly talked about the nuances of building something, taking it out, learning, measuring, and coming back and building again. Because that is the only way. You can't sit in your office, build something thinking, I have built it up so customer will use it. Does it happen? No, you might put in a lot of marketing budget, customer you'll use it first time, but that is why we have all this concept of product-led growth. Because if the product is not good enough, probably your customer is never going to come back. You'll be surprised. How many of you download new apps every week on your phone? Nobody? Few little hands here. The most youngest and the... All right. So what makes you not download the softwares? Space in the mobile phone. Very valid concern. Clutters? But yeah. Okay. One mantra as a product manager, download that new apps which are out there and learn from them. The only way to stay relevant, I do this even after 15 years of being in products. One of the things, and please, one of the reasons I talk to all the next gen APMs is to learn how do they solve their problems. What are the apps they use? That is the only way. We all are in a generation where if we do not stay relevant, we might become the Blackberries, right? You can always delete the app, but download that app, use that app, look at some of the fantastic work on design and experience and the things that they have done. You never know what is something that you might take on to your next product, right? So that's important. Establish realistic criteria. Because I have made this product, I have spoken to 2,000 customers. So I am sure 2 million people will buy my product. Base it on data. Data is your best friend. And track risk factors. It's really important. You have to constantly go back and say that, is my risk big enough? Is it something I don't need to care anymore? So you need to constantly go back there. Pitfalls to avoid, assuming your customer will buy it, I already talked about. Failure to evaluate. What is VP, by the way? It's not vice president. Value proposition, right? Evaluate your value as proposition, not from what you have built, from a customer's perspective. Customer has a perception of the value. And if you do not understand it, you will not be able to build your messaging and your value proposition that hits that emotional chord with your customer, especially in the B2C space, right? Overlooking the threat of disruptive products. Today, the OYOs, the Airbnbs are one of the biggest competition to hospitality industry, right? So the competition may come from anywhere. Watch out. Assuming product will market itself. To a certain extent, yes. That is why it is important to make a good product. But you need your friends in marketing, you need your friends in sales to go and sell it to your customers, right? And that is why your business case has to be very, very tightly integrated with all these different peers. Okay, that is all I had for now. You can find me on LinkedIn with Malti SS for those who are not connected to me. I think Radhika wanted to make. So thank you. That's the end of the session today. I'm sorry to take another 10 minutes of your time. But yes, as I said, please continue to work on your lean product canvas. And during the day, I should be around here till 3 o'clock. If you have any questions, if you would like to share, if you have the questions that I can help with, feel free to grab me during coffee break and lunch break. Yeah. Yep. Thank you. And thank you again, sir, for being part of this conversation today. Really, really delighted. Radhika, over to you.
Okay. 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 Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please.
Why don't I test your agility? Come running. Don't quick
picture.
I think it's good to have pictures with everybody.
Sure.
Hey, guys, we have an announcement to be made. Just give me 1 minute. We have an announcement. So on the screen, you see hashtag SPM Summit. We have exciting prizes for the best LinkedIn post, for the best Twitter. So please use the learnings that you have, key takeaways, and put it on LinkedIn, Twitter. Thank you so much.
That's what I want to make. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Please come. I think we have to go to the front, otherwise.
Yeah, sure.
We won't have place for everybody. Yeah.
Shall we go more front? Okay.
No, I think we'll go. I think otherwise we'll miss some of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Idea is to get everybody. Please come. I don't want to miss.
Joining as a product manager. It's still
You have to elusive. Elusive. Okay, I heard elusive.
This one. Yes. Can see. Hello. Yeah, I just give it to them after that. Speak. Okay. And one, both are there. One you can give. The one I'll give you. No, I'm done. I just improve.
Okay. I have to wear it in the next.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope the first session was very, very useful. And I think it was kind of a great discussion. And you probably learned a lot about building a business case and the lean canvas and other things. So the next one we're going to have today is a session by both Pragati and Aditi, both of them from Microsoft. They have all the way come from Hyderabad to do this session. So basically, so I'm going to kind of give a brief intro about both of them. So Pragati has been kind of a product manager, and then she's also done other things, like she's been an engineer, and she has done support, multiple roles. Very good from a product management, because if you've done all these other roles, probably then you get a holistic, like what Malti was saying, how you have to understand different stakeholders. So she has gone and worked with different people. But then now she is a product manager at Microsoft, and she also mentors a lot of aspiring PMs. And that's one great thing about this whole ISPMA is being able to go and share back our knowledge about product management with other PMs and peers and aspiring PMs as well. And Pragati has about 15 years experience, and she also travels and travels a lot, and exploring food is one of her hobbies, which is great. Great to know. All of us are foodies, I would believe. So Pragati is going to be co-doing this session with Aditi. Aditi is again senior product manager at Microsoft. She covers, she used to cover Azure, and now she's into some new areas. She's going to explain. I'm just going to leave the details for them to do a quick intro. But she's again a product management person. Relatively, she says it's like newbie, but see the idea of picking and making Pragati and Aditi come and share their thoughts is they're a little more kind of new, kind of a new age PMs, right? So we want to hear from new age PMs. Malti is obviously very senior PM person, but they are going to give a different perspective, and they're going to share the knowledge from the context of what they're doing with products at Microsoft. And many of us are very excited about Microsoft these days. I'm sure you know what I mean by that, with all the chat GPT and the Bing and those kind of things. So looking forward to their workshop, which is a problem to solution the PM way. So over to you, Pragati and Aditi.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the intro, sir. Am I audible? No. Audible now? Okay. Am I audible?
I think this one's working. Audible now? Perfect. So am I audible is the new meeting. It's the new hello and hi experience. So quickly getting started. Thanks a lot for joining in, guys. Today we'll talk about problem to solution the PM way. Basically, it's basic knowledge. PM role in general is all about common sense, in my opinion. As long as you're able to apply common sense to a problem, as long as you're able to break the problem into bits, you will be great at it. And that's what we're going to talk about today. Just quick intros about ourselves. I'm Aditi. Okay, I'm Aditi. I'm a senior product manager at Microsoft. I started as a PM in Microsoft itself. I started in Azure, where I worked on-prem and cloud stuff. If you don't understand either of those terms, please reach out to us. From there, I really wanted to try consumer. I was impressed as to how our decisions made in consumer space because the expanse is huge there. So I worked in Edge browser for about 3 to 4 years. I worked on the PDF aspect. And from there, I figured that I really liked the B2B aspect of product management. So I came back to OneDrive SharePoint if folks use it there. Apart from this, I really love copy and I'm super interested in mentoring women in tech. We currently are a part of a program wherein we mentor women from certain colleges to have successful careers in tech. So that's basically mainly about me.
I'm Pragati and Muthu sir has already spoken a lot about, but I'll tell you, so when I started working in the IT industry, I kind of have started my career as a DBA, then progressed into SE, SRE roles, if at all. I'm assuming that this audience is very familiar about these terms that we are using. If not, we can definitely catch up during the lunch. Before settling into product management, I did also have a stint doing development as well. And then I said, okay, this is all done now. Let me go and see how the product management treats me, and it is treating me well. And I've been with Microsoft for over a decade right now. And yes, I also have worked both in B2B and B2C setups within Microsoft itself. Again, I'm into running travel and also a very big advocate of women in tech. I mentor a lot of upcoming grads and also early in career PMs. Men or women, doesn't matter. And yes, I'm a curious person and I like to explore a lot many things, and that's how the submission to ISPMA also had, taken its path. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Pragati. So before we get started, just quick outline as to how we want to do it. Most of us here would have similar work ex. We would have learnings from whatever we do in our jobs. So it would be great if we can make this interactive. You guys can jump in whenever you need or whenever you have more to add to the discussion. That's one thing that we really want. Again, what Malti said, it's a workshop. So let's make it interactive. It's experiential. So there's a problem that we sort together. It help everyone align there. And it's just a sneak peek into product management. We are not saying we know everything about PM role. It's very diverse. It's huge. We might even say we probably might not know anything about it, but we're just here to share the experience around it. Moving on, the agenda for today would be a brief intro about PM role. Given multi-session already happened, we try and keep it short. After that, we'll talk about problem definition. Basically, how do you go about defining a very crisp problem? That's very important because you need to ensure that in order for all your stakeholders to be aligned towards a problem, it needs to be crisp and clear. If it's vague anywhere, then you won't get the right answers or the right solutions. We'll then talk about solution definition, wherein once you've identified a problem, you've framed it well. How do you go from a problem to a solution? That this is the way we'll go ahead and solve this problem. And the third part, which I think is very critical for anyone who's a PM, is execution. Like our work doesn't stop at writing the spec. You also need to work towards, like redo the spec over and over again and work towards getting everyone aligned. So those are basically the few things we'll be talking about today. Again, looking forward to your inputs at any point of time. Before we get started, just generally curious. So what do you think, or since most of us are PMs here, what does the PM day in the PM life look like generally? Anyone raise your hands and maybe you can.
Attending meetings, yes.
Attending meetings.
No day starts without a meeting, for sure. Apart from attending meetings, or maybe what kind of meetings? Solving product problems, yes. Sorry? Backlog grooming, correct.
Ideation meeting, discovery meeting.
Discovery meetings, and what was the other one? Ideation meetings, yeah. Sorry? Product iterations. Managing stakeholders, many stakeholders.
Documentation.
Documenting, yes. Yeah. Going through data, analyzing the data, yes. Anybody else had any point? Sorry, thinking, what am I doing? Why am I doing?
How much time do you spend on that?
Like, every day we start the day like, what am I even doing? I agree. Yeah. So anything that all of you said is part of the day of a PM, but let's dive, right? Let's dive a little more deeper into what is a PM and what are the myths versus reality. So in the earlier session, we were talking about we being the CEOs of our own feature or the product, or maybe you could have heard somebody quoting saying that PM is the one who goes under the bus for anything and everything that product life cycle goes through. While there is some truth to it, in reality, a good PM is just an influencer. So we talked about multiple stakeholders that we have to deal with in our life as a PM. And then end of the day, what you should be able to do is to put your influence on them to get the job done for yourself or for the company, right? So Malati was also talking about different integrating partners and the stakeholders. It is very, very, my experience, and again, let me quote it, all that we are talking here is purely based on our own experiences. So managing the internal stakeholders is a big deal than, actually managing the external stakeholders, right? So all of us have in our own organizations, we have our own priorities. And if at all I have to deliver a feature on a certain day, right? I have to convince a lot many internal stakeholders than I have to actually externally. And then let's move on to see factors that impact the day, right? First and foremost of it all is the company's philosophy in itself. So you must have heard things like, okay, this company is top-down operated or bottoms-up operated, whatever. Bottoms-up is not that bottoms-up, but in general, right? So how much influence a person who's at the root level of the company can actually portray on the top level of the company or the vice versa. So if it is more top-down approach, you will get a vision shared with you and say, okay, this is X person's vision and all of the company has to drive towards it. But there are companies or teams within an organization who are basically more exploratory, right? So you get ideas from everybody, right from the root level to the table, talk about it, discuss about it, and actually do all kinds of analysis that we talked about, right? See where is your ROI and which benefits your company, and then take a decision to move forward with it. So your day basically depends on which company or which team you are part of and the company's philosophy in itself. And then obviously, how much technicality is required from you as a PM. And there are big tech companies today do have roles which they call as TPMs and TMs. So they are trying to separate the technicality of the PM role as well, but it depends where you are, which part of the company and which stage of the company you are in. So Malati was also quoting, right? If you are in a big corporate, you get a designer to work for you, to complete the designs for you. If not, if you're in a startup, you have to do the design all by yourself. So it makes a lot of difference for your day-to-day job. And then the perception of you as a PM itself, right? So that is the influencing part that I was talking about. And also the networking plays a lot bigger role in it, right? So what do people you work with think that how effectively you as a PM can get the job done? That if it's a positive perception, it is a lot more easier to get the job done than if it is the other way around, right? So yeah, all of these factors, I don't say these are the only factors, but yeah, these are all the factors. So Harvard Business Review quotes, all of that is listed there as part of life of a PM. I'm not going to go do it line by line because we've been hearing about it since morning. We don't want it to be repetitive and boring for all of you. But are there any questions at this point of time you would like to ask before we move on any further? Uh-huh. Exactly.
Because we right to tell you is what we get now. We just make the right. Then you guys are
Totally agree with it. It also matters whether it is an engineering, like tech driven organization, or it is like business or the PM driven organization, which is. All of us are able to relate to it. Yeah.
Like a couple of my mentors, the way they solved the problem of it being engineering driven is they themselves they went and trained themselves on the engineering skills for a bit. And then they were able to have a proper conversation on engineering aspects of the product with the engineering team. And then slowly the weight balance shifted. Like slowly, even engineers began listening to the PM. So it took a lot of time and a lot of hard work, but I really respect them for being able to make the change in the whole organization. That was great.
So for me personally, right, as I was saying, I transformed from being an engineering person into being a PM. It took a lot of unlearning, not to bring the engineering mindset into the table when I'm like actually thinking about the problem. Before even thinking about a problem, I used to think about the solution on how to solve the problem. So it took really some time, but yes.
So one of the points in that list, right? Like, I don't know what everyone thinks. What about the knowledge of that particular problem area, whether it's that industry or that? While technical is one knowledge, but what about the problem area, like whether you're a functional area, or if it is consumer, obviously that is space, right? Like logistics or whatever. So what is that like impacting, like how a PM can contribute? That would be an interesting one also to explore for me.
Yeah. Especially I've seen the engineers get really impressed if you bring the complete angle in the whole picture that, hey, these people are doing so many of these things, we have to at least do this. That really helps move the conversation really fast if you understand the ecosystem really well.
So I am currently working in the sales and partners workspace for Microsoft. So we enable experiences for the sellers to be able to do their job better, and also the partners to be able to bring in business for Microsoft better. Now, if I don't understand how exactly a sales organization is run and what happens, and sales is very, very dynamic. Today they have one kind of policy that they want us to enable the systems for, and tomorrow there's a compete. Obviously, there's a lot of competition out there, and the compete is doing something else, and they wanted to change it in a jiffy, right? So if you don't understand how the sales businesses work, as well as, I mean, in my own example, right, you really will not be able to solve for the correct problem, or actually for the problem in the correct way. I might just simply go ahead and give them a CRM form to fill, but that is not what, maybe the sales teams are looking for. So as you asked, said Muthugaru, it is very important to have the business context as well for a PM in whichever space you're working. So now that we've seen how a life of a product manager looks like, the role definition in itself says it is to define the product and coordinate actions across the org to enable its success. Now, when I'm saying define the product, how do you define the product? As in, you first have to know what is that you are building the product for, correct? So you discover the problem. You discover your target, you discover your problem, and then you go about having proposals of solving that particular problem that you discovered. Actually, even before going to solving for it, you have to validate for the problem that you have identified, right? Whether it is the right problem to solve for. And then obviously what is the value in there. And this is all that, Malati was talking in earlier sessions. So we just won't go very deep until any of you have some questions or want to discuss a little more on these topics. Okay, so that is discover and design. And once you have discovered the problem, you convince yourself, your leadership, and the business, everybody is saying that, okay, this is the right problem to solve for, and you also have solutions for it. Now comes the relentless execution part. And once every of these parties are convinced and you start execution, then there is no stopping there, right? So you kind of start execution with your probably MVP and then iterate on top of it, then go back, add more features, and try and build on what you have already built, and maybe new requirements are coming in, blah, blah, etc. So you kind of have go into this loop of prioritization, planning, and then, you kind of you ship it, and then you want to now grow and monitor, answer, and, service for the product. So that is what the relentless execution goes in.
Great. So I think let's dive into the more experiential aspect of today. Today we'll talk about two things. As Pragati mentioned, we first talk about discover and design, and then we'll talk about how do you execute on something and iterate. So we've divided the whole discover and design part into two parts. One is problem phase. How do you come up with a clear and concise problem definition? And the other is a solution phase wherein you figure out what at a high level is the way to solve the problem in a way. Once you have done with that, we'll go on to the execute and iterate part wherein whatever solution we've identified, we'll identify the set of features, we'll then prioritize and figure out, okay, what should the MVP look like? And eventually we can talk about the metrics if we do have time.
At this point of time, I would like to check online audience if they have any questions or any inputs to share. At least we're not able to see them, so should be fine. Okay, sure.
So maybe today we sort of getting a problem that most of us could relate to. So that was, how do you reduce spam in WhatsApp? I think spam in WhatsApp is something that a lot of us struggle with. And going towards this, let me just put that down here.
So that's a problem statement for us to solve through the next probably 40 minutes or so.
My handwriting has been going bad since the day I started typing, but I hope that's fine. So before we jump into the problem, one mistake that a lot of us do, and I tend to do, and I have to protect myself against it, is to first jump into the solution directly. Like whenever you get a problem, the usual way of working that anyone has is to, okay, how do I solve the problem? However, what's even more essential than solving the problem was even what Malti referred to as Einstein used to say is you really need to figure out what is the problem. Like once you have that sorted, everything else will come very naturally from that. And one of the tools in which you can get to a very clear problem statement is the whole life cycle of a hypothesis. So normally, how does a hypothesis look like? Hypothesis is basically a statement that you need to be validation on, that needs validation. So once you create, one way to go about creating a better problem hypothesis would be to first create a hypothesis based on your best knowledge that you have or based on the data that you have. Then you should ideally identify the target segment for your particular feature that you're trying to address. Once you've identified those set of people, you will run experiments with them. There are multiple ways to run experiments. And from the experiments, you'll have learnings, which will help you go back to the hypothesis and clear it up further. You can go through the cycle as many times until you have a very clear idea of what the problem that you're trying to solve is. And today, as we mentioned earlier, we'll talk about the problem phase and the solution phase. So we'll first start with creating a problem hypothesis, going through the whole circle of validating it, and then we'll jump into the solution hypothesis phase. Again, there are multiple ways in which you can figure out what the problem is. One way, as we said, is having a very clear problem hypothesis. So for the sake of this discussion today, we can figure out as to what can be a very clear problem hypothesis to start with. We really like this particular framework because it helps us identify the things that are most important. We're talking about criteria of customer, which is basically your target segment. We're talking about jobs to be done. Jobs to be done is basically a framework that's used very broadly these days. It helps you identify what is the thing that the customer is trying to achieve. It helps you understand that, hey, the customer doesn't want a button. The customer wants to fulfill a particular task. And how can he help them fulfill a task in the best possible way instead of just doing whatever they are asking us to do? And then this particular framework helps us identify the problem very, very clearly. So that let's, yeah, there's, yeah. Yeah. One, there's usually a hierarchy, like what is the level of problem that you're trying to address? Are you saying, okay, I'll create the strategy for XYZ? Or are you saying, okay, this is a particular user need that we have identified and we are trying to solve that? So, and the approaches will be very different. If you're talking about the strategy for doing a certain way, then you'll have people like business planners align with you. You'll go and research a lot of reports, and then you'll probably create a hypothesis that, okay, based on the research that we've done so far, this seems to be a problem. If it's more around a particular feature level improvement, for example, right now we're trying to solve about spam in WhatsApp. Here, the best way would be, even before you create a hypothesis, go and talk to a few customers, get a basic idea about the problem, that, hey, this seems to be a problem, now let me talk to more and go through a whole cycle to refine it further. And I think this circle can be done as many times as you think it's needed, given the timelines that you have to be able to come with a precise definition.
Just to add to that, right? So you said if you have multiple problem statements, do this exercise for all of those problem statements. By the end of this exercise, you will have to have a clear-cut, convincing problem hypothesis that you can actually, you yourself are convinced and you are able to convince your leadership as well. See, as you said, as you rightly said, I cannot only say, oh, there's only one problem that I will be solving for you. You will have multiple of them. But if you are able to, get to a very good problem hypothesis, and in all of those three, you also have to look at the ROI, right? Which yields you better results, or what is the return on investment that you are expecting, which is closer to that is what you will pick. And then you do it, and rest of the 2 or 3, which how many ever we have, we'll generally put it into the part of backlog. All of us know that there's a huge backlog that we all maintain. So you can relook at it at a later point of time to see if it is still, after you have done this as well, if the other problems that you thought were the problems are still relevant, and still do we want to go ahead and solve for them or not. It's a continuous process.
I think one easy way to start with would be to understand the TAM of the different problems that you're probably trying to solve. See how much of the TAM can you reasonably address. That'll help you filter out the ones that you definitely should not spend time on. And then, yeah, it's more of a learning experience. You talk to more people, you get everyone's experience there. So, like, PMing is more about collaboration and getting everyone's input than trying to be the champion of everything, is what I've learned over the years. By doing a lot of mistakes. So while trying to come up with a hypothesis, so this is what we'll try to do. For problem hypothesis, we'll first try to come up with the criteria of customers. And then try to come up with the jobs to be done, JTPD. And then what exactly is the problem that is we would be addressing for them. So the first part is customers. So the customer would be your target segment, whosoever you're trying to address using problem that you're trying to solve. To get started with does anyone want to address a particular target segment here? Before even we go through the cycle of validation.
So we do have the problem statement with us. I mean, we just decided one problem statement. So how to reduce spam in WhatsApp. Anybody wants to volunteer to just say who could be the target segments? People who are working professionals, yes. Business account owners who get a lot of spam messages. Sorry? Children. Okay, unless we give them our WhatsApp account. Okay. I don't know. I'm just thinking, is there an age limit to create a WhatsApp profile? I think so.
The problem statement is reduce spam. So for children, you should reduce spam for children.
WhatsApp itself is a spam for children. So. Yeah. Anything? Anybody else wants to share something? Okay, criteria could be based on how much incoming you have on a day. Okay. Yeah.
So we have 3 this one is a good idea. People who receive a lot of spam, but it's a huge set. Like people who receive a lot of spam, some of them might like having the spam, some of them might not. Like I might really like getting all those good morning messages every day. Okay.
The incoming.
Get more of it.
Lot of
people who are in many WhatsApp groups. I'm sure that's a bit.
People who are in many WhatsApp groups.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, people who share their PII without thinking. Okay.
Okay, I think what all of us are going towards is basically the concept of persona. Basically, we are trying to figure out who are the people who would be facing this problem. However, before we come to the concept persona, let's have a very high level definition. I'll go with people who are working to start with, and then maybe we can go from there. We can try and refine it further. So for us, you're saying people who are working are the criteria of customers we are starting with. Quickly jumping onto persona. So persona is a concept that most of us would be familiar with, but just to get everyone on the same page, it's basically a model that helps us connect with our target segment or with our users very well. It's basically a fictional identity that you create about a person, which has most of the properties of your target segment. You can have one or more personas. Once you define a persona, you can, even before you talk to a customer, maybe have some assumptions about what you think their day would look like or the problems they would be facing with. Would be like, it helps you get started in the first way, and then you can keep on refining the personas as you would define anything else. So it's basically just a tool which helps you connect with the customer, understand their day, understand the problems in a way better manner. So if we were to take this as our working, this as a criteria of customer, folks who are working, who do you think can we come up with, say, quick personas, maybe 2 to 3 different personas for different kinds of people who are working and use WhatsApp?
Job seekers. Okay. Loan seekers, okay. Working professionals who are looking for a loan, who are looking to get a loan. Okay. Anyone else?
Come on, guys. You can list 20.
Sorry? Yes.
So we're talking about people who use WhatsApp, who are in the working segment, who might not be happy with it.
Well-known names in the industry, something like that, like popular people. Spam from credit cards. Yeah, I mean, we are going like a little one level down. We are only talking about the receivers right now. So the persona to whom we will address. The CXOs. People who wants to upskill, working on upskill. Okay. Sorry, I heard some. Yeah. No, we are not only, I mean, okay, at this point of time, we are not saying that we are only going behind a CXO or somebody else. We are just trying to define our persona here. So once you define a persona, then you will also, see whom to go after as well, right? So, yeah, we'll come to that.
I think one can also define the persona based on the age group.
Correct. Yes.
Stuff like giving like a loan seeker, it's always like range between 25 to say 40 or 45, and we can have that category and then go after those.
Sure, that's actually a great idea. So there are multiple ways in which you can segment people basically. One is definitely age, the other is their level of experience. Ideally, age is generally not considered to be great because you can't really group people together. Like they can be 25 years old who like spam and 60-year-olds who do not like spam or whatever. So yeah.
Matrimony, like marriage.
Okay. Working on who is looking to get paired up.
So I think we can quick unless people have more. Sure. Yeah.
The other part is spread of depending on the demographic, the willingness. So let me get one reason. Now, this water going to charge, saying, okay, I want to reduce the number of facts. I'm going to pay like 10 rupees per month. So if we use that, it's not a we use card. If you not do that, segment then will be moves from depending on the persona to say the willingness.
See, there's also one thing I would like to add there, right? So willingness to pay is for somebody who you are trying to bring in new, but there also should be an aspect to consider people who are paying to stay that way, right? Not to go back, like, just because you're introducing something, are you still thinking that whatever the revenue you are able to generate till today, will you be generating it further also? And will this, your prime people are going to stay with the app or not, right? That's also is a factor there. I mean, paying is for a new product, definitely. New. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think willingness to pay was a great way to segment people in the previous thing that Malti called out, wherein if you're creating an app for financial decisions, so there people would be willing to pay and they'll be actually be willing to pay, willing to pay in different years. So there it was definitely a great suggestion wherein you would look at, okay, who are the people who are just casual about it, they might want to pay lesser, who are more serious people in finance, so they might want to pay more and be ready to pay tons of money for Bloomberg. So yeah. No, I fully get.
We agree with you.
Yeah.
Just one input also, just because you quoted something is free, I just wanted all of us to be aware there is nothing that you get for free. So how much of information you're actually sharing with any platform provider is also a big deal, right? Anybody is like, they're getting a lot of access to your personal information, and that's a huge business out there. So nothing is free that we will get. Sorry?
Yeah.
Exactly, you're the product. Yeah. Go ahead.
So basically, the next step would be to somehow create personas around whatever we have identified. So let's start with, I think loan seekers and credit cards was very specific.
Here.
Okay, so basically, let's start with creating personas around this. So maybe here you have someone called Rajan. Who's looking forward to get married and they're signed up on various portals. Things that Rajan likes to do would be something. So can we define Rajan better? Like a person who's looking for an alliance in marriage and is a working professional. So this person can be an say early in career person.
This is just adding more dimensions to define your persona, even to a couple of levels down.
This person likes going out and hanging out a lot. What are the other characteristics which will be helpful? So how does their mobile usage look like? How does their WhatsApp usage look like? What are the other applications that they are on? These will be critical for us to understand before we can say that, yeah, this is the exact problem that they're trying that they're facing. So we can say that they're socializers, they're super active on Instagram, for example. Anything that you'd want to add towards the persona as to how would you connect with a person more? Sports. Yeah.
Sports.
There's
Sportsman.
I think we have one, and maybe this person also wants to upskill given they are early in career.
I heard something. Food.
Yes.
Foodie. Sorry?
That's
Okay.
a great way to define
Screen time. Binge watcher. Sorry? His aspirations. Okay. Okay. So as someone aspiring to own a house or own a car. Any other inputs? Okay, we can go on defining a person like that, but yeah.
I think here we have some very crucial points for Rajan. Rajan is early in career. They have 3 to 4 hours of
Screen time.
They want to upskill. They aspire to be. They aspire to get to get a house or a car, because of which they might need a loan. And they love socializing, they love sports. So they would probably have WhatsApp groups around going out or around what food they like, or maybe if discussing F1, what's happening there. Let's jump into one more category. Let's jump into say popular and CXO. If you have to define the persona for CXO better, not just hey, that person is CXO. That's just one thing that a person does. But how does WhatsApp fit into the life of a CXO? And how can we define their persona better from that? Any inputs there? Like how would their screen time normally look like? What would they want? What are they looking out of from WhatsApp?
Yeah, busy journey is particular. It is time to spend time on it. Yeah, so it should go traveling a lot. So, I mean, you look at WhatsApp only for important.
They're looking over stocks information market.
So there are work related groups where, a lot of important work related stuff gets exchanged.
They probably use, say, WhatsApp video calling to conduct meetings on the phone when they travel.
I doubt that, but yeah, WhatsApp video calling for anything important. I mean, there are also business applications which does that. Yeah.
Anything else that would help you define a CXO better? I wish we were able to connect with the CXO.
Angry. Okay.
The definition of leadership is changing now, so not angry CXO. Anything else that they probably have a family and kids? There are probably a lot of school groups for their kids as well.
Alumni network. Ex company network. Network in general, yeah.
PAs correct. So PAs will do all that work.
Calendar itself is maintained by somebody else for the CXO. So
yeah. And they would have their own personal interest as well. So they might be interested in two. Let's just put one personal interest for now. Okay, now that we have a basic picture about who is a customer, we are not just saying our customer is an IT admin or our customer is not just someone age 25. We have a basic idea about, sorry, go ahead. Yeah. Can't hear you.
For the CXO, for the kids' educational aspiration, what did you say? Some groups?
Yes, like this is okay. And activity groups.
Okay. Mainly related to their personal, I mean, like their family and personal stuff. Okay.
Great. So basically, we have two ideas of two people, and let's name this person, say, Harsha. Okay, so we have Harsha and Rajan for us, which means we have a basic idea of who a customer looks like. They are a lot more than just a title for us. We'll be able to connect with them a lot better, understand their day a lot better once we have this framed out. So that's why the concept of a persona is super duper crucial. Now the thing comes as to what do they think about WhatsApp and spam on WhatsApp? So you'll try and find people who fit into these personas from your target segment, and then like interview them, run experiments with them. There are tons of things that you can do to validate the hypothesis you had to start with, which was that hey, we have a lot of working class people who are not able to maybe work on WhatsApp, interact with. Due to spam is what we started with. So, okay, now basically we need to delve deeper into how do we enable people who are in this persona to interact well on WhatsApp without facing spam. That's basically the problem hypothesis that we're trying to validate. So now that we have a target customers, next thing would be to have in-person interviews, maybe on-site interviews. In one of the teams I was in, we actually spent a whole day with the target segment just across different geographies, like in Japan and Germany, as to how do people use that particular tool more. So, and again, having a very strong research done at this stage is very, very important to ensure that you understand your target segment there. Like in some geographies, people might be very keen on opening WhatsApp and then simply going through it. And some other geographies, the general trend might be like that, hey, I only use WhatsApp from a certain amount of time because culturally, I believe that my time is very precious to be wasted there. And in some other cultures, it might be very important that even if it's spam, you would respond to it simply because that's how the culture is, out of respect for the different audiences. So hence, you would ideally it's very important that you do extensive research in your target segment at this particular stage to be able to figure out what are the different nuances of whatever solution whatever problem that you're looking at exists in the market. So maybe we can take what we can do next is basically figure out ways in which figure out questions that we would ask our users in order to be able to frame the problem statement better. So we can maybe do a quick interview wherein Pragati and we can be the customers and you guys can be the interviewers. And we'll basically come up with answers to the problems that you have. It'll help us figure out what are the things that we're doing wrong when we try to interview people, what are the things that we're doing right when we try to interview people, and have a better idea about the problem statement to start with.
So what we are asking you is like there are two personas we identified. So we will act as those personas. Anybody in the group can volunteer to interview them. Just to get, I know, I'm sure, and many of you would have already done the user interviews, but it's just a quick working thing that we can try for fun, maybe. Take a couple of minutes and we'll let you know who is who. By the time you can frame questions for both the personas, and we can probably 2-3 people can just interview and see how the answers turn out. And if your problem statement is still valid, problem hypothesis is still valid after the interview is done.
Who is who in this?
We'll tell you. That's a secret we'll reveal. Sorry?
Yeah. So we'll come to
that. You just form a set of questions and yes, we will.
Let's take 2 minutes to write the questions down and then we'll go from there.
Okay. Are we ready? Okay, I take that as yes. And okay, I'm Harsha.
So maybe Harsha can go first and then.
Okay.
If you have questions for Harsha.
You're putting the CXO on the line, fine, no problem. Any questions for the persona who's a CXO?
What do you consider as spam?
What do I consider as spam? Anything that doesn't help my business. I'm Harsha.
So whatever spams that you are getting, that they relevant to you at any point in the past?
Come again?
Whatever messages that you consider as spam today, were they relevant to you at any point of time in the past?
Yes, until a certain career stage of mine, they were relevant. And after that, I don't find them relevant anymore. Yes. How many unread messages? The count keeps increasing, but I could completely quote it as infinite.
How do you
What is the?
Sorry?
How do you handle the spam messages?
I actually have categorized a few of the groups itself as spam. So, I just don't go and read them. Yeah.
Why don't you exit those groups?
I'm sorry?
What is the frequency of spam you receive every day?
Maybe every 3-4 seconds once.
How do you classify a particular? Yes, very good.
Yep. As I said, somebody asked me, right, what do you consider as a spam? I said anything that doesn't help me right now because of the stage that I am, which is not helping me either for a professional growth or a personal growth. I consider all of that as a spam. That's why I said, so there is a pattern that I identified on the groups. So I generally ignore most of the groups that I'm part of. Yeah. Just as I'm speaking with you. Sorry? How much time do I spend doing what? On WhatsApp, I actually spend less than 30 to 40 minutes in a day. I don't get time more than that to check my WhatsApp.
External parties or companies to partner with them. So what's the action you take? Until you block them or you continue?
I do have a different number actually for all my business purposes.
Any impact on the
Sorry?
Does this spam have any impact on the
I don't know. I'm not reading much of it. So.
Yes, I think my question is related to the previous question. What do you do with the message? You archive them or delete them? Because having them on the list would be too much for you to
Yeah, so I don't archive them or delete them right at this moment, because somewhere, I still feel maybe one day I get time to read through all the messages and probably find something interesting that is useful to me. That's been a hope a long time, and yes, there.
So how did I get a message from matrimony? You would not need that, right?
Who knows? Yeah. I do. I am actually talking about both, but I'm more concerned about my personal account as such.
So how do you think the farmers have got your?
See, farmers, I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. Could be. Because I'm considering most of the messages as spam, I don't even have an idea if I'm missing or not. Sorry, come again? Yes. Yes. I don't know, because I don't know what is that one message that I missed so far. So yeah. Sorry, when did I say that? I said anything that is not helping me for my personal growth or professional growth, I won't consider. I consider that as a spam. That is all I said. Exactly. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
How many SIMs you have?
How many
SIMs you have?
You mean to ask how many mobile numbers I
Yes.
have? I do have many, but let's talk about only two. One personal and one business. Okay, so so on my personal account, anything that comes as a one-on-one, and there are few things that I have not muted. So any message that comes from a group which is not on mute, I generally go ahead and look at them in that 30-40 minutes window just to see if it is important or not. And probably we'll stop with the CX4 right now and we'll move to the next persona. I mean, you have to get time, and we'll come to see how the interview went. Yeah, I'll do that.
So hi folks, I'm Rajan. I'm yet to be married. I'm looking for girls. Get married. Sorry?
Which kind of farmers are targeting? Is it like brokers or?
Lots of people. So I have brokers in my list. I have women I used to date earlier. They continue spamming me. My family keeps spamming me for getting married. I'm just tired of all this.
We have a lot of uninstalling also because of this spam.
I want to, but I have all my friends and all my network is there. So I can't really. And my college friends are all there on WhatsApp and Twitter. Any other questions?
Have you ever accidentally or something becomes
I've responded to people I shouldn't have responded to. So that's in a base spam.
Have you been fooled with some messages which kind of direct you towards like, oh, that's an interesting one, but you got fooled with that?
My friends have. I haven't been so far yet. So I've been lucky there.
Why do you want to focus on starting?
Because very often there are people like, so if my mother asks me to get some vegetables, I'm responding to that because she sends me 10 good morning messages every day. So I really want to get the important messages out. So that's the real problem. The problem that I am facing is there's too much content on WhatsApp that I don't really need. You can call all of that. You can call messages from unknown number, messages from people I don't want to talk to, messages from people I want to talk to but are not relevant to me. Like everything for me, everything that about people asking me to get married is planned for me. Be it my parents, be it my relatives, be it my friends. So
What do you do now to handle them? Are you blocking all those contacts?
whatever I can block, I block, but you can't, you have to be on certain WhatsApp groups. I think all of us are in there. You're asking me to ask my mom to not send me good morning messages. See, people who I can block, I would block. If it's a very close cousin, I can ask them that, hey, why are you sending all these messages? I can't really say my grandmom that, hey, don't send me these messages. Everyone wants to talk to the CX, so no one wants to talk to them. Marriage proposals would be one. Then I think I would have shared some numbers on Instagram, so I get a lot of ads from very unknown accounts. All those things I think I am going forward at just to get started.
How are you handling the situation of this?
I'm not able to handle that. That's the reason I've come for it. Like I just try and avoid whatever things are there.
That's the reason you are free to answer this question.
Yes, it's a real big problem for me. So basically today what I try to do is like good morning, I'll just swipe everything away. The groups that I don't want to be a part of, I'll try and exit them if possible. But that's the extent of what I can do today. But still a problem.
Have you given any cards back?
I think both are a problem. If you ask me which one is a bigger problem, I would say the known numbers are a bigger problem because unknown, I can just filter them out. Known, you can't filter it out. Messages from businesses that I have not really signed up for, somehow they managed to get my number. Any group where my friends try to make a Goa plan, which eventually never happens. The people that I don't really like, if they keep on sending me messages, I would consider that to be spam as well. They can ping me one-on-one as well. So there's no group for okay, people I don't like are a part of the group. That's very explicit. Thanks. Sorry? I think I'm using WhatsApp because it's a replacement for my SMS. Like that's why I started using WhatsApp because it was free. So I don't want to go back to paying for it. But everyone is on WhatsApp. Like I tried using Signal when it was very popular. I tried using Telegram, but most of the people are on WhatsApp. So I can't really move on. Any last question?
Are you seeing the spam?
I haven't seen anything like that so far. Good. I think we now have a basic idea.
One to them and ask them to do my question. We'll divide the room into half and then ask one statement.
Okay, so now basically we have a basic idea about what the problems are for the different kinds of people. What we tried to do was an in-person interview. Again, it was a very bad mimicry of it, but I think we get the message. There are other ways in which we can do experiments. It can be going to trade shows. It can be following people all the time for things, especially what's very relevant in the consumer world is running surveys because you can get a large amount of quantitative feedback in a very, very easy way. For surveys, there are a lot of tools available. Even for qualitative research, there are lots of research companies and tools available that you can definitely leverage, that we have been leveraging very often. The last step for us basically is whatever we, experiment we do, how do we accumulate the learnings and then try to reframe the hypothesis. So basically, for that, there are tons of tools available. You can create affinity diagrams, like everything which is PM. Affinity diagrams is simply a complex term for how do you group things which are similar together? How do you identify cohorts? How do you figure out that this is the kind of problems that most people are facing? You can do numeric tallies of survey data. Again, that's super duper obvious. So I think the next step for us for this particular problem would be out of the problems that we identified here. What are the problems? What are the problems that are common? Which are the ones that we should go ahead with? We can even come up with problems which are not common, but would really have a huge impact on, say, WhatsApp, on reducing the spam or for a target segment. So we have quite a few problems. Which ones does the group think are the biggest problems that we should be solving going forward? There might be some things that are common. For example, this particular business or irrelevant groups would be common across both the things. So we can bring that separately. So yeah, one common problem across these two would be businesses that I probably didn't sign up for. Unknown numbers, yeah. What else would be a problem here? Anything that you see which is common or which is great and would really help impact the life of at least one of the personas. Group spams. Makes sense, yeah. Anything else?
Missing important messages.
Missing important messages. Okay, so basically we have identified 4 different problems here for these two. Sorry, can you repeat? I think that's more about why do people use multiple numbers problem than a why do people have a problem with spam. Like people might do it just to have their work life separate and their personal life separate. Even that can be. True. Security would be all across, but that's more of a thing that WhatsApp should take care of generally. Like it's
whether or not
why people facing this problem.
it's a concern for somebody. It's as a platform, it should give you the secure.
So the idea of this step is to bring all these common questions you got answered from different personas and to bring some common themes, right? That's the idea
Exactly.
of
So when you're trying to frame your problem statement, the problem statements also should be catering to majority of your personas in the question, right? Say, for example, if I'm only talking or actually only talking to Harsha, and then I'm probably only solving for the matrimonial spam, for example. But how much do you think that there are matrimonial spams that occur, and what is the percentage of your total market share that is available to you out there? So you identify your personas, you go interview all of them, and then find a line which cuts across them, right? So that is where you kind of increase your spectrum of users that you get for your app. Yeah.
In certain cases, you might want to focus on just one. If you think that focusing on one will actually help you give a very high ROI, even that's perfectly fine. So very often you would try. So that's where your this comes in handy. What do you define as the criteria of customers? Do you want to keep it scope? Do you want to keep it broad? Because at times, like for platforms such WhatsApp or rather for most consumer things, you would want to cut across various different persona types. While for most B2B and enterprise products, you would really want to focus on solving the needs of, say, even one company or a set of companies, or maybe just the finance sector. So it really depends on how you want to cut that. So, okay, so we have identified, say, these core problems to start with. Out of these, so these are businesses I didn't sign up for. There are unknown numbers that are there. So I think these two we can probably club together. Then there are spams and groups, and then the problem that people face is basically they missed messages, important messages because of spam. Which one should we pick up? Generic messages again. I'll let you. So generic messages inside a group or outside a group? Good morning. Good. Yeah. So that probably happens. This probably happens because of that. Okay. Great. So out of these, there are basically two sets of problems in a way that we have identified. Group spams. So one is I get a lot of messages from businesses or people that I don't really talk to, and the businesses that I don't sign up for. There's another set of problems, which is I get so much spam inside my WhatsApp groups, because of which I miss the things which are important to me. Maybe for the sake of this discussion, we can pick this particular problem up, wherein I get a lot of, because for this one, we have an easy solution. You exit or you quit it, or there can be more guards that WhatsApp can put. For the other one, it's actually a huge problem. So just moving on, this brings us to maybe now that we have this understanding, we can define the problem statement in a way better way. So we said that our criteria of customers is the other working people. We can continue with that, or do you think that can be refined based on whatever we have learned? Like, do you want to continue addressing everyone who's working, or do you want to bring it down further?
This point of time, anyone of who's like to rephrase the problem statement that we had at the beginning, right? The problem hypothesis we had after all of this.
I think this problem is it's a problem of more important people for work. People want to spend time, let's say, and I'm a also for them. But the problem is
Exactly. So we can, I think, continue with working as the criteria of customers. So great, no change here. Jobs to be done. So what people were trying to do was to interact with WhatsApp. Do we want to change anything in the jobs to be done category? In the jobs to be done part of the problem hypothesis, that we believe that working people are most frustrated about doing what on WhatsApp. I think interact well goes fine there. Does that we have more clarity on the problem definition part, which is we believe that working people are most frustrated about interacting well on WhatsApp because of generic messages. On WhatsApp groups. That's a subset of, that's an outcome. So with this, we have a clearer definition of what spam looks like. So had we gone to our engineering team saying that, hey, we want to solve for spam on WhatsApp, they would have done whatever we just did at this meeting. They would have gone in 20 different directions, and everyone would have formed an opinion about it that they're the right person. However, now that we have a clearer definition of what spam is, who is it that we're trying to address, it'll be very easier to take the whole team along and then move the discussion in a more fruitful way. Just quickly before we jump to the next section, if these are just few things that we tend to do. Normally, there's a whole research team that's aligned with us, but in case there's not, these are a few things that we tend to do whenever we are talking to customers that we should ideally avoid. We should avoid interrupting the customer. That's a P0, that's a given. We should never suggest solution. For example, we should never ask questions as, we will build this for you, will it meet your needs? Because that's more of a suggesting solution. At this point, our aim was to have a clearer idea of the problem, that what is the problem, what are you trying to do? We should never ask long, complex questions, because the customer is doing you a service by coming and talking to you. You shouldn't take a lot of their brain power, and they might not give very clear answers if they're long and complex questions. We should try not asking leading questions. again, similar to, hey, we are creating this. Are you fine with it? Would you find this feature to be really good? Like, yes, if you say that, would you find this feature to be really good? The answer will probably be, yeah, it's nice and good. So let's please never ask leading questions. And one thing that people tend to do very often is trying to fill the silence. If there's a customer who's sitting down and talking, and rather thinking about stuff, they'll try. I, as an interviewer, might try to fill the silence by jumping in. Hey, did you understand me? Hey, why are you not responding? Should we move on? So let's try to give the customer some time to think about the problem, to maybe respond to you. And then if it really exceeds, then only jump in. Let's just not try to fill the silence separately. Just quick tidbits here and there. And I think this we have covered. We've already talked about how our problem hypothesis changed during the course of the discussion. And we have a final problem hypothesis now. I'll pass it on to Pragati for the next.
Before I go and talk about solution hypothesis, are there any questions or any inputs, or what do you think about, doing the problem hypothesis cycle in itself? No thoughts?
You want to quantitatively measure these yes, it's more like a kind of. So now we want to actually build that hypothesis and test this time.
Actually, you normally need 4 times people to need to quantitative and qualitative. Quantitative will mainly be a service that will the concept for if you have a product that's already in the market, maybe you can check for telemetry and proxy features whose telemetry you can use for your. So those are the kind of things you can look at for getting some information about the product. So in a quantitative manner, qualitative again, there's a start of
Actually, the kind of a no has been a feature. We went ahead with a lot of assumptions in the persona building. Like, so he and another person mentioned, right? So there could be metrics like you mentioned, where I block a lot of numbers, or I exit, or how often or how frequent I exit a lot of groups. There could also be a kind of a survey which is like, okay, what is my pain level of facing spam on a scale of say 1 to 5 or something, and then the willingness to pay if it is a commercial. So those could have been employed to narrow down on the persona a little better.
It's really far the right question. Even when you're going into a research, at least whenever we have done research, I've spent nearly 3 to 4 weeks in just figuring out, okay, what are the questions for the exact language of the questions that we're putting out. That's actually a great point. Because if it's a leading question, you will get the wrong answer. If you're not covering all the bases, you will probably think that, hey, I did not ask this question. Should I go back and do another research, which turns out to be expensive? So having very clear, very targeted questions is super duper important in any kind of qualitative research. I think that's a given. Anything else?
I think we are running out of time.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, now that we have the problem with us, and obviously we identify the problem to do what, to solve it. But before I go there, I did hear some of you while trying to interview the user, the target customers here, there were some solutions being proposed. Okay, how many of you feel that you did it? You weren't really thinking about the problem in itself and the persona in itself, but we already jumped to go ahead and solve for them. Somebody suggested, why don't you exit the WhatsApp group? That's kind of a solution you are giving to the user who's trying to explain the problem to you. That could be one way of solving the problem we identified, but just be cautious about, be aware about, proposing the solution versus trying to find a problem. And let's go ahead and see what do we have. Exactly. So at the problem discovery phase, you're not supposed to identify whether they have tried this or that or not. All that you have to do is to listen in, be empathetic towards the problems that they're trying to share with you, and gather all the content, go back to your desk and segregate it. Right? We will talk about few of those things in the solution creation as well.
You can ask themselves, what do you do about it? Or do you do anything about it? So I think we also had a discussion about this. So one of the feedback from you that you take away is there's a solution that's probably not discoverable because of which the people are not using it. So then your solution becomes, hey, I need to make it more discoverable. If the solution exists and people are not using it. So it's more about what do you do about it? You're trying to understand the problem better than trying to figure out, okay, why don't they do this? At that stage, other problem like
whom you are interviewing and all that, right? Like say, for example, I'm talking to a hospital C-suite, right? I won't be able to get multiple, appointments with them. First, like, I don't ask anything about the alternatives because when I'm constructing a value proposition and when I try to identify the needs or the tensions, then we get to those tension plots and all that. Somewhere I will also look at like what kind of alternatives that they are already employing. Right?
So the question you asked is, what are you doing for it right now?
Statistical solution,
Yes.
You don't go lead and, instead be in a more probing mode.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Okay, when do you use Excel as an alternative or something like that?
Yeah.
But
you don't take the name.
Alternatives is.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I mean, avoiding, exploring alternatives during these customer interviews may not work all the time because you may not get the customer time for interaction again and again.
Yes, again, as we said, right, it is subjective, but majorly it is advised because, the moment you say, have you explored any alternatives, you might get a question back saying that what are the alternatives? Then you have to kind of go ahead and name something. Just keep in mind that your product is not solving for the problem yet, but you are now on a spot to propose an alternative, right? Which could be or could not be your own product. I'm just saying. Yeah. So, yeah, again, it is all, very dependent on the situation. Sorry?
I think here, like asking that, have you explored other ways of doing it is a good problem. Asking, have you done this particular thing is probably not the best way to do it. So it's more about how do you state the question than going in a particular avenue.
And interviewing the end users is also an art that you will, excel at by doing it multiple times. You will not be able to figure it out all at once and first in your first interview, because there will be many times you go back and, why did I ask this question? I shouldn't have asked this question, or why did I not ask this question? Kinds of. It also, as a refinement that you keep doing it and you will get better at it. And it is all how smart and how should I say, how much presence of mind you can actually display during the interview, right? So that could be that. Yeah, we'll quickly move on to solution hypothesis. So more or less the life cycle that we are talking about, the hypothesis is same even when you're trying to frame your solution hypothesis here. So we would right now want to quote, we believe this concept/solution will solve the problem that we identified in the earlier phase and be valuable to the customer. We also know who are the customers for us right now while doing the jobs to be done. So we know also the jobs to be done. Here, all that we have to fill in is with the concept or the solution. And again, one problem could have multiple ways of solving it, as in one problem area could have multiple problems to be solved for, right? Same problem here as well. So what do we do for that? We actually kind of go ahead and on a high level solution it for multiple solutions that we have in hand, and you will do some kind of an analysis about picking the right solution. Before we go there, you also have to find out who your customers or early adopters are. Not every time, but only in the case, you having a new feature getting introduced or whatnot. But I don't think it is very, very applicable in the WhatsApp example that we have taken, but still having those idea of who your early adopters are will actually help you frame your metrics around, how do you track whether this particular feature that you just launched is a success or a failure, or, things like that. And then even for the solution hypothesis that you have, you go ahead and do experiments. Experiments here are like two types, like qualitative or quantitative. One is to explain the solution in person, evaluate with them. And then the very popular one, I would say, is to storyboard or wireframe the solution that you're thinking for, because we're all talking about digital products here. You basically want the user to see how their user journey is going to change with the solution that I'm going to propose to bring into the application. You kind of go ahead and show them, okay, you were doing X, Y, Z, now you will do X, Y, A and Z, right? So something like that. You just kind of show them. And one thing during this solution experimentation phase, there will be some interesting discoveries that come. It is like, there are a couple of times where I personally thought, okay, I got the problem figured and I have solutioned it the right way. And then I go ahead and show the wireframe to the end customer. End customer says, Pragati, I thought we both understood the problem, but you're not solving for it. Right? And it's like, why? Is it because, this is not the user journey that I do today, right? But you're solving it in a total different way. So always having this solution hypothesis also validated with your end users is the important step. Otherwise, you end up kind of, building something which nobody is going to use, right? That's there. And this is where it also helps you to, define your MVP and all. Let's just quickly move on. Yeah, as I said, right, validate the solution. We are running out of time. Otherwise, we had a plan to ask for, a couple of solutions that you all would propose and probably vote for the popular solution and go with it. But assuming that we have multiple solutions on the table, now how do I pick the right one, right? That is where the CBA, the cost benefit analysis that comes into picture. For solution 1, let me list down my benefits versus the cost that gets incurred if at all I go ahead and implement. For solution 2 and for solution 3, I do the same thing. Now, whichever is yielding more benefits with lesser cost, and today it is the industry norm, do more with less. Whatever is yielding you more benefit with less cost incurred is generally the solution that gets, upvoted for, and you kind of try implementing the same. Might not be the case all the time. Okay, might not be the case all the time. But again, this is one way of, taking a framework's help to decide on the solution. We talked about the experimentation concepts, and there are many tools out there also which helps you. And again, here also you can take surveys help. There are some kind of solution experimentations. We even go and get the code prototypes, mainly where there are, like API dependencies and etc. like that. But design prototypes and storyboards mostly would, solve your problem. And now we will be able to, again, this is an iterative cycle. So you have to do it a couple of times before you actually arrive at your final solution hypothesis. So we will say, we believe, what the problems we came up with? Yeah, the solution, whatever we have come up with, will solve for the problem, which is generic messages on WhatsApp groups, and be valuable to the customers who are working while interacting on WhatsApp. So that would be the final solution hypothesis, which we will run behind until it gets executed.
Quickly moving into the last part, rather the second last part. So once you've identified the solution, you'll have a very high level understanding about what is the direction you want to approach in. It'll probably be maybe ways to stop forwards, maybe grouping all the good morning messages together and just showing a high level information. So you'll identify a particular solution, which will be very, very clear, which will help your team approach the problem in the right direction. Once you've done that, the next step becomes breaking that into smaller parts. Like, what are the different small little things that you need to do in order to solve the problem well? So the first step should ideally be what Pragati was hinting at towards the end is, what is the customer journey today? What the customer journey look like once they actually have the solution? Does the solution that we're trying to achieve and the smaller parts of it fit well into their existing life? You don't want a customer to go and install another app to stop spam on WhatsApp. It should be very well integrated. What are the negative things that can happen because of the solution that you have proposed? So execution is a good time to think about that. Once you have a clear customer journey lined up, the next step is usually writing the spec. While writing the spec, you answer the questions: what are you doing? Why are you doing it? By when do you need it done? And also what are the different ways in which you would want to solve the problem? Once you have identified all the different smaller steps that would be needed, for example, you would need to show a summary. You would need to have a way of people opt in and opt out. You would need to have a way of people actually looking at those messages if they really want to. So once you've identified all that, you would prioritize. And there are tons of frameworks available for that. Cost benefit being the most obvious one that I think is used the most often. The other things as RISE, there's Moscow, like what are the must-haves, what are the should-haves, what are the things that you probably can, and what are the things that you definitely won't do. And then eventually you would want to start talking to your engineers to actually build and execute in chunks. Here we'll just want to bring in the concept of MVP, which is the minimum viable product. Minimum viable product is basically a concept wherein you identify what are the minimum set of features that you would want to ship to a customer. It should address the needs of at least a segment of your customers fully, and they should be able to adopt it. It doesn't mean that, hey, it's just an MVP so the UX can be shoddy. It doesn't mean that it's an MVP so I won't create any onboarding experience for the user. So you need to figure out what would the MVP look like? What is the minimum set of features that you need to ship to address the needs of at least some set of your organizations very well. How do you define the MVP? You define the customer narrative. It's very important that you address both the greenfield and the brownfield set of features or other set of customers. If the people who are onboarding to your app or to your feature new, how would the experience look like? How does the day zero experience look like? Versus how would the experience look like on day end when the customer has been using for say 6 months or a year? Very often, even I tend to make the mistake of picking up only one side. Like I'll either have a very good onboarding experience and forget about brownfield. What usually ends up happening is, okay, I have a good day zero experience, but day end, maybe my app is not able to handle it. Maybe my UX is not able to handle it. So we need to have we need to think about both day zero and day end experience. So what is important get measured. It needs to get measured. So we should have critical to quality metrics that I won't ship the feature unless it's 99.9% reliable, because otherwise we'll see a lot of retention risk. So we really need to define what are the metrics which are very critical to quality, what is the release criteria. Unless these things are met, and we are not going to release it to the customers no matter what. And then once you have one thing, so critical to quality is what is the basic things before which you would release. You would also want to see what does your success metric look like? What does success look like? Or do you want X number of people to adopt it? Do you want improved retention? Do you want improved engagement? What does it look like? Along with that, you would also want to put in data points which would help you take the decisions in the future. And how would you measure your success?
Yeah, I mean, because we are talking about a software product, the obvious way of us measuring a success is with telemetry that we capture at multiple stages within the product. And you can broadly categorize your metrics that you want to capture into like business metrics, success metrics, and health metrics. And all of them are interrelated, though we are able to just do a segregation for the understanding here. Each of them are related on one another. I'll tell you how. So business metrics are generally those metrics, no matter what, like even whether I'm introducing a new feature or not, I want to maintain a certain threshold on, say, my daily active usage, monthly active usage, and etc. like that. And I want to keep the engagement score up to a mark for my application or a platform or a product or whatnot. Whether I'm doing any enhancements on top of it or not is where that threshold comes into picture. And again, there are no separate business metrics as such, but it is just a threshold we would like to maintain. And then when it comes to success metrics, I'm not saying these are the only ones that are out there. It could be much more and many more. But what we wanted generally, right? So success metrics is how aware are the users about what I have just launched, and how is the adoption? Is it up to the mark? I was expecting, say, 1,000 users to adopt to this particular thing in, say, the first week. Am I meeting it or not? Right? And then the engagement. Okay, I have got 1,000 downloads, but what after the download? Is there enough engagement on the app or the feature? And then retention. So 1,000 of them downloaded. How many of them just uninstalled it? Right? And there is also a satisfaction. So 1 star, 2 star, 3 star that you already have. So you take it from the Net Promoter Score or the CSAT surveys and things like that. And if at all there's any monetization component, am I meeting the revenue targets that I had over it? And as Aditi was speaking, right, for my MVP, if I am kind of just going ahead and deploying a service, which is only 50% of the time available and only 50% of the time reliable, which means it gives me a response to the call that I make, right? Do you think anybody will stick on to my application? So if there is no availability, reliability, and performance, there is obviously no engagement, no retention, and no satisfaction, which means it also impacts your guardrail numbers that you have kept for your MAU and DAO. So that is how they are interrelated, and we should be very, very mindful about when we are defining our MVP and these metrics for the MVP. Okay. Yeah, this is what we wanted to share with the audience. If at all there are no other questions, we would like to wrap it up, just recapping what we've learned. And I'm hoping that there is something new that each one of you would take away today. Any questions or any suggestions or inputs that at this point of time?
Eight stores in the country.
Mhm.
So would be deviating away or should we aim to target a persona so that the problem for most of the people could be addressed?
Okay, the question here is the persona definition that we have done here. Was it too narrow or should we be doing it in a more broader sense?
So again, it depends on the problem and the kind of audience you're trying to address. Normally, you can define 5 or 10 personas also. You can figure out that these are the priorities and these are the ones you would really want to focus on. So it depends on the scope of the solution that you're really targeting. If it's say, like currently I'm working on SharePoint and my target persona is IT admin. So I'll create 2 or 3 for IT admins, but that's very narrow, but that fits my purpose. For something as WhatsApp or browser level things, you would probably have a lot more personas and then try to understand. So it's not really your target segment. It's just a way of understanding your audience better. So whatever helps you understand that better. Anything else? Oops. Great. Thanks a lot for your time then. And
We wanted to ask one last question after all of this session. How do you all define the product management right now? But we will leave it to you personally. And then we both are on LinkedIn with the same name, so you can find and send a connection with us. We keep in touch. Thank you so much for listening.
I think what many of us know what is product management. All of us are product management, most of us, I would say. And we know how this is done, but I found this to be a very interesting way to put across a framework of how to frame the problem and get to the solution in a very, very structured way, very, very beautifully done. Though like it is like difficult to get all of that information, but if you think of what problem you're trying to solve and what solution you want to do, whether it's for a small feature or for the entire product or whatever, this gives, I think it is a very great way to think through that whole process. It's a great process which we all can use. And I found it very interesting. I'm sure all of you got a great understanding of this framework. And thanks for kind of breaking it out this way and sharing it with us. Thank you. Once again. There's a small token of thanks. Thanks for coming all the way from Hyderabad and doing this for us. Yeah, sure. Thank you, Pragati. Thanks, Aditi. Thank you. So I think one announcement I missed saying before, we do have a social media kind of, I would say, how we can go post what you're learning here and what you're experiencing here. Please do post it on LinkedIn and Twitter. And what Radhika mentioned is we're going to pick up one best one from today's post, and we are going to have a nice prize. So please go and go ahead and use the hashtag SPM Summit. Pretty straightforward, SPM Summit, and post it on LinkedIn and on Twitter. That's going to be very, very useful, as well as you could share some of the things you're learning here with your own point of view on these social media channels. We're going to break for lunch now, and we're going to have about 45 minutes for lunch, right? Yeah, sure. So Magnus is going to be doing the next session. He's come all the way from Europe, so we're going to do an introduction, and it's going to be again a very exciting session in the afternoon. But all of us should now go ahead and have lunch. Radhika, where is the lunch? It's in Woods. It's in MDC Woods. We all can walk up. It's slightly. The map is there. I know it's a maze inside IMB. You'll have to really figure it out, but we'll all walk up to the lunch place, have lunch and come back here. So we should be starting in an hour from now. I think it will be around 2:15, right? 2:15. Please be assemble back here by 2:15, and we'll get going on the next session. Thank you so much.
We leave the laptops and bags here.
I think it should be fine. We can leave the laptops here, right? It should be fine. Yeah, it should be fine.
Recording start.
from the vendor. Even if it is not a enforcement condition, you can share it so that even if you can confirm the outcome. And language is the time. Sure.
As much as possible, I avoid eating the soup.
Sir, and get tea.
It's okay. No, that's the thing. Yes. No, you got your office laptop, but I got it in the expectation of you. I think it's a short. That's something. You have your own role.
Exactly. And carry it with me everywhere. Yeah, that becomes the most precious commodity. I don't know how to just
On the fly. No.
I'm coming at 6:45.
Just keep one chair.
Yeah, just fully.
Or you can call that chair, yeah.
You know, I'll sit here. What?
Yeah.
Are you on speaker?
That's why.
You want to move this pretty far?
We'll get started in a couple of minutes.
Thank you.
Speak up a little bit.
Shall I try it as it is? Can it be heard? Good.
You're starting.
Bangalore. Magnus, or me Tolpagorni. Tolpagorni thought. Tolpagorni. It's a mountain up north of Sweden that the native Swedish inhabitants use as a guidance for finding their way. Yes. So it's more about guidance than showing more.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll get started now. Thanks for, hopefully, guys had, you could figure out where the lunch place is, had lunch and came back. None of you got lost in the maze here. Okay, so we hopefully the morning session was very interesting for all of you. We had some two different perspectives. One coming from a seasoned person like Malti, and then the other one coming from Aditi and Pragati, who are bringing out a very practical way of putting together a problem and solution perspective. So I think hopefully that was very interesting for you. The afternoon here today, again, we're going to have a very exciting session because we have Magnus Billgren, who's come all the way from Sweden and just to address us here. He's one of the kind of pioneers in product management. I see that he has trained thousands of product managers who are building products across the globe. And we are very fortunate to have him here amongst us. And he's been a big proponent of product management. And many of you, all of us have been in the product management space, always get inspired by thought leaders in this area in product management. And he's also done training, and basically that's a big thing. Like he has really equipped a lot of product managers across the globe, North America, Europe, Asia. And he's also done that to several companies like ABB, IBM, Ericsson, I don't know, it's a long list. So I think you can take a look at that, but he's been doing that for many years, and he's been inculcating how product management can be done in a very process-centric way. I worked in a European company for a few years at SAP, and I know how generally the Europeans think about how to do everything in a very structured, process-oriented way, which gets you very good results, right? and they kind of look at the process more than the results. And their belief is if you do the process, you get the results automatically, which is a great learning I have had in the past. But I'm sure we're going to gain a lot of insight from Magnus. And the topic he's going to be covering is value-based marketing for B2B. I'm sure many of you are B2B folks, but I think this framework probably fits to other industries as well. But marketing is such an interesting area for all of us in product management. And we are looking forward to this session from Magnus, a workshop style session. He's also going to be doing another session later in the week. So over to you, Magnus, and looking forward to listening to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Sir, you want to say a couple of words? Okay. Please, I request you. Yeah.
All that is, I think, really hats off to Magnus for traveling all the way from Sweden. And I think, and we have also given a hard time for you because post-lunch sessions are always difficult. And you will prove that they will not go to sleep. Thank you.
Okay, that would be. Thank you. It's firstly, the reason that I'm here, so is primarily that I would like to thank you for sharing your thoughts. I'm not here really to share knowledge. I know that's what you asked me to. But it's primarily the reason why I want to be here is that I want to feel a little bit more about what's happening in the world, because there's always revolutions happening, the industrial revolution, the .com revolution, the IT revolution, and all these different changes in societies and the world. And one thing is for sure that I run a show called Product Beats. Who's been to the Product Beats show once or twice? Some of you have. So on the Product Beats show, we run every week like a show every Tuesday where we bring in product people to share knowledge. And we have been having more and more Indian people joining us. And we also see both press guests and speakers as well as, let's say, participants. And there is something that is happening, and I don't really know what. But something is happening here in this room, in this city, in this country that I think will change the world. But I don't think anybody of us really know how yet. But I think that you are changing the world right now. So that's why I'm here, to get a feeling of your thoughts and ideas. So I'm here to learn and not to share. So therefore, just bombard me. I would like to talk then about value-based. I've been working a lot with the product management, and the ISPMA is also a founding member of the ISPMA organization as such. But I work with a lot of different areas in the product space. But one thing that I find interesting, who works in B2B? In different, about 50%. Okay, yeah. So we have in the B2B space and B2C space, there are a little bit different logic. There are things that we can use in B2C, in B2B, and there are things we can use in B2B in B2C. But most of the things, almost all research and all the books and everything is written around B2B in general. In B2C, almost everything, due to the fact that it's really hard to do research in B2B. It's really hard. So therefore, there's more pseudoscience in B2B space compared with B2C. This morning, I don't know if you know Kilan at Razorpay. So I did just a talk this morning with Kilan at Razorpay. You know Kilan, yeah. So we had a talk and with Razorpay working very much also in the B2B space. He just stated that in general that they want to work more and more with value or problem solving, like you do at Microsoft, right? And always looking for more people that have knowledge in the B2B space, because there's nobody who's really learning a lot of B2B knowledge. And I think that's relevant in here and all over the world. And there's an enormous amount of money, of course, in B2B. What I do a little bit is that I'm a talk show host, and on Tuesdays on Product Beats that we run every week. And there's 145 episodes that are all available out there on productbeats.com. I'm a founding member of ISPMA. I've been working a lot with different, like, huge companies that you mentioned, and some small startups as well in Sweden and across Europe and a little bit in Australia and Asia. This session is designed for people working with products, and it's primarily started off as a kind of a project that I did within the Ericsson organization for telecom infrastructures. And how can we market products where the buyer doesn't really know what they're buying and the seller doesn't really know what they're selling? If you're working at SAP, somebody will work at SAP, or like huge complex products, you don't always know what you're selling, or you don't always know what you're buying, because it's so complex, so very many things involved. And the same thing, of course, also goes for B2C products. But it's then designed for different kind of roles. In general, one of the major things that we see that is in B2B world, that we all recognize, that there's a lot of different individuals involved in making decisions. We have a different, it's hard to get a holistic understanding of the products. There are multiple, when compared with, I loved your talks, by the way. Thank you. In any kind of product which is kind of complex, we have very many problems that we're trying to solve at the same time, which makes it, how do we deal with that when we have multiple problems solving at the same time? It's not that always easy to define which is the key one. The true value delivery is not always easily understood. Even if we bought the product and are using it, we might not even know what the value that we're getting. So there are some, and that also, of course, goes for B2B. And there is some other stuff. And if we look at how the B2B world and the product management role has been, that we've been focusing very much generally in what product that we shall build, what problems we shall solve. And then we kind of leave that, as we discussed before about, it's often that it turns, then being turned over to marketing or sales teams or somebody else who runs the go-to-market activities. And that kind of work when we had a moment of truth, and salespeople were kind of running, and marketing were running this process. But then, of course, something happened with we started with all digital channels and with SMOT. Are you all aware of SMOT? MOT and SMOT, no? With SMOT, the moment of truth, and SMOT, the zero moment of truth. That changed the MOT into FMOT, the first moment of truth. But it's kind of before the moment of truth, when was the customer was exposed to your product and was about to make a buy the product or not. And then with Google, I think in 2012, started working with this SMOT concept, 2013, 14, around there. That is a zero moment of truth when customers start to explore what they want to buy. That's the zero moment of truth, when you start to explore what you want to buy. And then that changes the buying structure of any kind of B2B product. And it also changes, when we look at SMOT models, it also changes a little bit how we work with channels. If it's WhatsApp, or if it's LinkedIn, or social media, or email campaigns, web, or search engine optimization, whatever that is that we're working with, we work with a lot of different channels at the same time. Then this is changing the marketing landscape in B2B radically, because sales and marketing cannot understand and drive this process in the same way as before. The product management team need to feed and help product marketeers to do their job. So the changes in product management are happening. Any idea what do you feel is happening in the changes of product managers and marketing? What role do you have in the marketing space? What role do you as a product manager have in the marketing space?
Explain the product.
Explain the product. because it's difficult. A lot of products are they contain a lot of features. There contains a lot of technology in there that allows you to use it somehow. Anything else? What else do we do in product management? What else do product management do in the product marketing space? Okay. Messaging, the messaging architecture, how we go to market, how we bring that technology, which kind of, if we've been choosing customers and what you shared also about the contextual profile, the criteria of the customers, it's a good idea if we've designed the product for them that we also sell it to them. That's an idea. Any other? Positioning, the market positioning. How do we position the product compared with other technologies, other solutions?
Especially if the competitors are offering the same thing, what would your value add be?
Yeah. How to understand the value logic. How to communicate the value as well. How we can engage the customer in the value that we are bringing to the market. Absolute target market. Which industries should we focus on? What contextual what is the ideal customer profile looking like? Yeah. All of the things we do according to the launch and also continuously after the launch, every single day. So we spend a lot of time. Good. The narrative, the strategic narrative, and the story, the narrative that we bring to the market. Why does this product exist? Brand equity, absolutely, very good. Reinforce how this product helps the brand to evolve. Very good, wonderful. So, and there's another things that are kind of complete that we need to think about is that, which is the challenges, is to be consistent. It's often that we get involved in the launch, but how are we consistent throughout this long buying journey? That's a challenge. How are we consistent in our messaging, in all these things that we talked about, the architecture, the messaging, the positioning, understanding the value, understanding the technology, in some cases, how it positions and integrates with other products. We need to build a lot of consistent messages over time, consistent message throughout different channels. And also we work with a lot of different parts of the organizations are interacting with the customer. So then we also need to have a consistent messaging across the organization. And the problem is that the messaging change over time throughout the journey. The messaging must change and the logic must change as customer evolves. And there's a lot of things that we can build with that. All of you have received this book, The Value-Driven Product Marketing. Good. So it's kind of it's a practical guide for B2B marketing. I've been writing that together with Luca Di Stefano. He's the sales readiness director at Ericsson. And now he's a portfolio manager for all the software within the Ericsson family. So it's kind of but together we created a model in how to work and how to evolve value in the B2B environment. And it's been used, not everything, but it's being used at Ericsson, Mycronic, Intel, and a lot of different companies that have started to use a lot of the thinking in this booklet. So take just 68 seconds to think about what is value. Talk with your neighbor. Talk with your neighbor for 68 or maybe like 78 seconds. You can say, I know yeah, 78 seconds to talk with your neighbor a little bit about what's value. Okay? What's value? You have to find yourself a neighbor. Yeah, okay. Say, hey, yeah, what's value? Please spend some time, just talk with your neighbor. What's value?
What's the value? That is why this case that is solved. That will be
— 75, 76, 77, and 78. What did you come up with? What is the answer? Tangible or intangible benefits a customer experience. Good. Wonderful. This kind of can be anything in there. Good. It's a good start. Anything else that you'd like to add?
That's also.
Something that the customer benefits from and beneficial from in different aspects. Good. Something that somebody's willing to pay for. That means that they're willing to sacrifice something to get it. Yeah. Anything that positively impacts the life of the customer. Yeah. It's a positive impact, but it can be negative. That's interesting because value, Tony Gorshek and Mavish Karum, they did a research on value, on trying to define value. And it's one of the things when we talk about value, we keep thinking a lot that value is always something that gives us lots of benefits. But we can, for example, if I reduce a pain, a very negative value that hurts me a lot, if I reduce that negative value, still delivering a negative value, it still takes you a lot of time to do this, but it takes less time. Yeah, I've improved the value offering by reducing the negative value. So values can actually be negative, but still being marketable. It's kind of crazy, but we know that that works enormously well. Any other comments? What's value? That releases pain points of customers. That's very much into this with a negative value, that we can reduce negative. We don't need to remove the pain points completely, but we can reduce the pain points. Wonderful.
It's a perception.
Perception. Yeah.
Like I might not understand the value now, but you drive me understand this value. That's your perception. You are sharing it with me, and that's how I get it. So it's a perception-based transaction that we can have.
And there's one industry where perception is extremely important, or in two industries. And I work in both where perception is very important, both when you do training like this. If you believe that this is good, then it increases the value of the training. If you find, I believe this is bad,
yes,
the training will become bad. So perception is a part of the value creation. And the same thing goes with consulting. Good. So there's a lot of different values. We can talk about different values, about reducing OPEX or CAPEX, or evolving business growth, generating more money in different ways. But there are a lot of different perspectives when we start looking at value and metrics and different things to measure the value that we're delivering. So to structure that a little bit, has anybody read that wonderful book, Value Merchant by James Anderson? Anybody read it? If you work in B2B, it's a wonderful book. He states that there are 4 different types of value in B2B. Cost reduction. We reduce cost. 2, we increase profit, business growth, and then brand strength, brand equity, And also one of the most exciting, absolutely most exciting and least used perspectives or categories is around risk management. How can there's a big value, especially in B2B, around minimizing the risk. We're living in a world where everything is changing very fast. Every single CEO of every single company is afraid that their company will fail next week or next month, because they can. If we can reduce risk in any type of areas, it's a huge value by itself. Risk management this is one that when we work with value logic and we evolve it, that's one thing that we always keep finding enormous values that are not being used in companies. And then also, I would like to add that work of Tony Goshek and Mavish Krum. They did some research at BTH, and Tony is also was early on very much active in the ISPMA syllabus and creating the ISPMA framework from BTH. They talk about the different perspectives of value. I will limit that perspective today on 3 perspectives that are more connected to the buyer's journey. That we see a product different before we have bought it. Then we have all the dreams, you want to buy a new car. It looks so good in the shop. You can see yourself driving that car down the roads of Bangalore, swishing through in a new Ferrari. And then you start using it and you get stuck in traffic. But you have the perspectives of values are different before we have bought the product and when we are using it. That's very obvious. And it goes for all types of products. And then there's also a big value in the delivery, especially if you're delivering software like OneDrive or SharePoint or whatever, that the delivery period is crazy. There you can be very frustrated. So you have a lot of so we can look at value not only, and I think that most of us, when we try to look at and solve problems, we focus very much on the usage of the value perspective. And I think that when we develop products, both for B2B and B2C, that there is a big win of focusing on delivery. What values can we achieve in the delivery process? And there's a number of companies that only focus on that. Infor, that is I don't know how big they are now, like number 4 in the world of ERPs. Infor, Infor. Yeah. They're number 4. You have Oracle, you have SAP, Microsoft, and then
top 10.
Top 10 at least, 10. Yeah. They focus very much on their delivery process. That's how they got there. They focus on how they deliver their products and deploy the product. That creates the value. The model that we're going to now, this is just kind of the introduction a bit, but the model that we've been working with is kind of a 4-step model for managing the value of a B2B product. And what you said, Muthu, about the process thinking, we often say this, that trust the process, create the process, believe in it and trust it, and do your step, and you will generate value at the end. So this is a structured way of working with value, with discover, define, connect, and convey in 4 different steps that we work with that. And it connects different parts of the organization. In the discover part, it's kind of very much to what we listened to this morning on what problems are we to solve, what we need to learn about the customers. We need to discover customer, market, trends, the future. Because when we're designing products, we're not designing it to be used only for tomorrow. We're probably designing it for a number of years. But we also need to understand, and this is kind of crazy. It sounds crazy, but I found this to be extremely relevant when working with value, to discover our own products. It's what? I know my product. I've been working with, yeah. But do you really know it? Have you grasped? There's this, does anybody use the word grok? It's my favorite English word, grok, G-R-O-K. I came across that in some science fiction. Grok, the logic is kind of getting intuitive, grok. Yeah, I love that word. Like, have we grokked the logic of my own product? Do I really understand how it works in different scenarios? How everything, all the technology stuff connects with the value creation? Do I know that? Do I feel that? Have you grokked your own logic of your own product? And we see that all the time, especially sometimes we come into a job at Oracle or Reese or Pay or somewhere else, and you appointed a product manager for a product that already exists. Then you need to really discover your own product. So discovery is about discovery. And there we will look at one, I would like to look at one concept that we work that we call the value tree, that we use to discover the value of your own products. So we'll spend most of today on looking at the value tree. Then on the next area, we call it define. That's kind of when, if we discover a lot of different values and thoughts and ideas or where the market is heading, we need to focus a lot to be consistent. What do we want to focus on? Because we can't focus on all the different values that we deliver. I will use OneDrive, for example, it solves an enormous amount of problems. But we cannot communicate everything. There's a saying in Swedish that you say that you speak in your own mouth. That means that you talk too much, share it, overselling, talking too much instead of just let it be. Just your key messages, your core architecture, your core messages, get out. Let that work. So we need to define what we need to focus on. And there we're going to look into one of my absolute favorite tools that we've kind of adopted a little bit, but it's also been coming from James Anderson, that we've changed a little bit in how we work with it, as a resonating focus. It goes very much into the positioning of how to position products. But it's kind of the echo chamber in how do you want customers to think when they approach your category of products. So it's more like a positioning tool. This, if you want your product, you don't really talk about your product, talk about when you're buying an ERP system tomorrow, what are like the key things that you should think about? Like, and we'll get into the resonating focus and how to work and how to evolve a resonating focus. Then on Connect, in all the different companies, wherever we are, is anybody working with one product company? We only have one product. Yeah. Kind of one product focus. Yeah. So there are, of course, companies where we only have one single product and we can focus on one product. Often we need to connect the marketing with other products. You have one product, yeah. So the connect is often that even if we're a product manager for one product, there might also be a lot of other products that we need to relate to. And we cannot just push our product completely. We have a sales team, a market team, sales channels, marketing channels, web team, etc., that we need to relate to, and we need to guide them in their work. And then we need to connect that also with the buyer's journey. And then the last one is around convey. How do we communicate? We will not spend a lot of time on convey today. Some of these things are, everything that I talk about today is covered in the book as well. these different steps, that's kind of the top layer is a little bit about designing the value prop. The other one is about communicating the value prop. Different things in different, and the top level is pretty much an area where we as product manager must take the lead. We need to take the lead in what the role that we need to do is build that logic and design that. And the second one around communicate the value prop. Then we integrate more with other parts of the organization. But let's get into the discover phase. And I would like to look now a little bit on a value tree. Who drinks coffee in the morning? Okay, that's like 67%. Who drinks tea in the morning? Okay, so we have a majority of coffee drinker here today. Good.
In South India. So
South India,
people drink more coffee.
okay, and if North India would be the other way around.
Yeah.
Okay. In Sweden, you would have one tea drinker and 98% coffee. We are going to soon. We're going to apply the value tree to a coffee, to a cup. I know that's B2C, like a B2C product, but just to make it applicable and work with a value tree. The value tree is a model to not primarily to define the value itself, but the value logic, how everything connects. So that you can feel like if you talk to are you working with a B2B company? B2B? Yeah. When you're selling your products, how many of people at your customer are involved in making the decision? Lots. Yeah. I think there's some research stating that when you are selling products that costs more, total cost, lifetime cost is more than $100,000, the total life cycle cost, there will be something like 21 persons that can say no. In average, 21 persons that absolutely can say no to buying your products. So we know that it's not just enough to say one message to one person. You have to have different messages to different individuals, but it must still be consistent. And the only way that I found that to be plausible to do is to build some kind of a value logic so that we might talk about the technical feature with somebody deploying the product. And then we can also share with the same person how that will help the complete organization to deliver. Or you can talk with the C-level individuals about the top value that you're getting, and you can bring it down and say, prove how are we delivering this? And then they both will trust you. Does anybody work in the telecom industry? Right, have you been to the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona? But you know about it. It's going on, right? Yeah. So at the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona, you have like all these hundreds of thousands of people gathering in the telecom industry. And if you go there and you enter like a booth in the fair, you've been there, yeah? And you go in there and what do you talk about? We'll reduce your churn. We'll improve your customer retention. We'll increase sales. We'll make and you move to another booth. And what do they say? We'll reduce your churn. We'll improve your business. We'll increase. It's exact. And in every single booth at the MWC, the messages are the same. And nobody trusts anybody. How can you go to booth? You have no clue what they're selling. But they have the same message from Ericsson and Cisco and the other ones, and you don't really know because they have the same, they've been focusing and saying, we need to focus on the value. They listen to some advertisement agency or somebody and saying, you need to focus on value. It must be value, you know? We can't talk about anything but value. And then we just talk about value and we forgot that people are actually quite interested in the products. People want to get to know the products, the features. How will this work? Will I be able to trust that I can use this and my organization can use this? So we need to connect the different types of products to different layers of the product, at the top layer, all the way down to like, how do we really deliver this in reality? Otherwise, you won't trust the messaging. We'll come back. So we work in these 4 different layers in the value tree. This one company, Atlas Copco Tools. Do you know about Atlas Copco Tools? Never, nobody. They do mining. They do mining tools, and they're the. If you anybody work in the automotive industry, who worked in automotive?
Worked in the past.
You worked in the past. Yeah, in the factory. Yeah, we're in the automotive industry. When we all the fastening equipment in assembly lines. Automotive industry is very much assembly lines, and then you need to build very good assembly lines, and they're the leader in assembly tools and assembly systems. And then they're also one of the leaders in. They built a lot of systems for Industry 4.0, whatever. Industry 4.0 in like software-driven production and assembly lines. So when they have been doing all of these tools and they're getting much more now delivering software, they've been having a very hard time in communicating the value. What value do we bring with these solutions in an assembly line? So these were, at the end, we ended up like with these 6, there's actually a 7th one as well, but with 6 different, let's say, tangibles that we were delivering. But I cannot share everything in here, but this is kind of their value tree with the 4 different layers of, and it's kind of complex. If you look at this simple scheme, simple, but there's a lot of context. Every row, there's like 10 in average per row, something like that. And everything is connected with one another in different patterns with the numbers. You don't see them here. Here there are numbers and how everything connects. So it doesn't matter. And there are 7 main values that we're working with. And all of those values are then connected with concepts, with features, and with how that is being realized. So it doesn't matter if you talk to a technician, boom, this is how you will do this. This is the feature that you will benefit from, this part of this larger concept, and it brings this value to your company. And you can build a story and talk to anybody. You can do demos, everything, demos, sales calls, set up any type of meeting, presentations, conference call, research based on the value tree. It becomes like the guiding star for all of the marketing at Atlas Copco for the tools. But it contains an enormous amount of data because everything is connected to 3 to 4 items. There's about, is anybody good at math? That's a stupid question asking an Indian audience. Now, I don't know, if we have like 3 layers, how many connections are there here? Every item is connected to 3. 3. 3 decimals.
3 to the power of n.
Yeah, 3 to the power of n. Yeah. So 3, yeah, and there's quite a lot of connections in here. So there's a lot, it's not easy to create these models because there are a lot of decisions that needs to be made. There's a number of 100 of connections and decisions to be made. So therefore, the model that we've developed is both a model that can be used as a framework for this, for the value tree, and it's also a process. So let's now start with a coffee cup or a teacup. You can say coffee cup now. You have to use your imagination now because it's. I would like you to think. We'll walk through this exercise now a little bit on the value tree. We'll create a value tree for a coffee cup. Wow. 400 decisions. Look, but in the coffee cup, hey, there's not a lot of value. It's you drink coffee from it. What's the value in that? But let's do like this. Sit down 2 and 2 like you did before. Let's write down at least 3 items each on things that you believe is good. You have to use your imagination a little bit about this coffee cup series. What's good about it? What's good about this coffee cup? 3 things each. Sit 2 and 2 and discuss it. Come up with 3. You'll have 88 seconds this time. So you get additional time. I think you needed some more time last time. Yeah, 10 extra seconds. 10 extra. 88 seconds. Write down at least 3 things that are good with a coffee cup. That's great about this product. It could be good. It could be used both for tea and coffee. I will not tell anybody that you were said.
Second thing is
it's interesting. This is stupid way of thinking, like when integrating a lot of the academic models. They're models, but the problem sometimes in reality is to turn a model into a process. And that's what we've been trying to do, is to create both a model and a process, so it's integrated. Because then you can accelerate, you can use the model, because part of it get in research, we get a lot of models that are phenomenal, but they're really hard to work with. So that's this, but it's, I should maybe have chosen another color of the coffee cup, right? There, it looks okay. 84, 85, 86, 87, 88. Please share with me one good thing about the coffee cup. Oh yes, it's beautiful. It's a Swedish design. It's called Grace. It's a coffee cup called Grace. It's a classic in Swedish homes. It's beautiful. Good. Anything else you'd like to? Oh yes, this handle. We're talking about UX designers' maximum the efforts of fitting 3 fingers in there for the maximal coffee cup control sensoring. Good. Anything else? Easy to drink. It's easy to drink and it gives a pleasurable feeling when drinking from it. Wonderful.
It can hold coffee, tea, water, milk, anything.
It can just it contains anything. Coffee, not only coffee and tea that you limit it to, also milk, chocolates. Yeah, wonderful. It can be. Yeah. You can retire the product to a second life. We want circular products, and this can be circulated into a pen stand. Absolutely wonderful. It can be reused.
Standard edition.
Standard edition. You can have the measurements. Exactly. You can use this as a measurements for a lot of different activities when you want to measure liquid.
Memories.
Oh, it's a container not only of liquid, but it's a container of memories. Share a cup of tea with your loved ones in the mornings, and you bring that feeling with you all day.
You can feel the warmth of the coffee. I mean, if it's hot, we may not feel. I mean, if it's in plastic or something, we may not feel. But if it's in this,
It's slightly insulated, so we can feel the warmth of the coffee and enjoy that one.
Yes. Very good. It keeps the heat of the liquid while avoiding you to get burned. I mean, it's brilliant. This coffee cup is kind of it's a miracle. Now we're going to do the miracle. What happened? What did I do now? I'll do like this. Yeah. So I'll take all of your thoughts and miraculously, and we throw them there. And it's kind of, this is what kind of you wrote down or said. We mentioned a little bit about easy, taste better. You mentioned something like that. No. To hold, yes, you had the hold. Yes, up there, it handles the 3 fingers. There, it's a measurement, 2.3 deciliter to be exact. Whenever you want that in a recipe, you know what to use. Right? So we have a lot of, so when we work with any type of product, it can be an ERP system, it can be a car, it can be automotive screwdrivers, or any type of system or solution. And we just sit down, have a workshop and think, what's good about this product? What's good about it? And we limit the size, the length of that workshop to be tight, so that we think, so we don't share everything, that we focus on the most important things that you just did, right? And then we throw everything there. Then we start with a process, because the value tree is both a process and a model. So we'll take these one by one. And I would like you now to say product or customer value. So what I would like to say, with all these things that we just stated, are these like features on the product kind of thing, or is it like a customer value? All right, so I have to go, either we need to go up to the value, we need to throw them up there, or we bring them down here. Okay, so we'll start with the first one. Nobody wrote that this was written by, is produced in special creation ceramics. You didn't see that? Okay, is that something that is a customer value, or is it something on the product? Product. Yes. Okay. You can have different types of, you can expand your, if you have it in your kitchen, you can add additional colors. And to make, let's see. Ah, this time we place it up there. But there will be things like this that is kind of hard. And it's kind of also where we place them has an impact of how we interpret this. If we say that it's a customer value, and we say this is something that we want to bring to the customer, that they could evolve the cups in different colors, and we treat it as a customer value, then that is a customer value. So we can decide how to treat it. Oh, and then we'll do the other one, easy to clean. Okay. Handle fits 3 fingers. It can be both as well. Yeah. Maybe it should have written, if you should be right, that it's sized for 3 fingers. And then you can have a steady grip is a customer value. And then it comes in 5 colors, product. And then if we move everything, we kind of just move them into different ways. So we create firstly just like a small workshop where we throw out things, what's good about our product. Then we divide them in 2 layers. Okay, that's a pretty easy step. Then we'll do the next one. Then we start introducing 4 layers of logic with values on top layer, concepts, features, and realizations. Realizations, how are we delivering this to the customers? The features, kind of the next level, that you have a lot of different technologies in how to deliver that you can package into a feature. And then we normally create a lot of concepts that we communicate with, and that those concepts bring certain types of customer values. So it kind of makes sense. And if you start to think those, if you look at the sorting mechanism, who's ever been has anybody been programming sorting mechanism of data? Sometimes you just want to go up and down, up and down, and up and down. Yeah, you know the methodology. That you have some kind of data, and it's easy to divide them up and down. It's a pretty fast sorting mechanism. So we use the same sorting mechanism here of the values, of the things that are good. So let's look at the ones on top. Let's see a little bit of them, if it's kind of more like a value or a concept. It gives a luxury feeling. It gives me a feeling of luxury. Is that more of a value or of a concept? Let's see. In this case, we pose it as a value. Okay. Let's see if we get the other ones right. Perfect for coffee, tea, or chocolate. We can put that as a concept. It tastes better. The coffee tastes better. Value. Long-lasting usage. We can use it for a long period of time. Or value. Pleasant drinking feeling, or whatever. I know this is kind of difficult to place them at the different levels, but the most important thing now is when we think about these different things, that we decide what they are. Because when we wrote them quickly, we didn't really think about them, just throw them out. And when we place them, we give that post-it note or bureau note or whatever that is, a value or a content. Where do we place it is a part of the content creation. So then we create them and divide them in two areas. Let's do the same thing very quickly on the features. New isolation material. Is it more a realization of something or is it a feature? Let's see. Oh, we move that to realization. Contains 2.3 deciliter. It's more like a realization. Yeah. Keeps drink warm. Feature, yes. Cleanable surface. Yeah. So there also, then we can divide these quickly and we sort them in different structures. And suddenly we took from rather quickly of looking at the coffee cup, came up with a number of ideas and thoughts. And if we were doing this within the context of a product, we have the right people in there discussing the product, we get the value out there rather quickly. So now we have like 4 layers of content, of a little bit of value. And now we need to connect them. And then we can work from bottom up. So we start at the bottom with the new isolation material. What does that mean? If we go from bottom to the top and we start connecting the things, we go from the bottom, new isolation material. It keeps the drinks warm. Right. So then we look at this, keeps drinks warm. Does it perfect for coffee, tea, or chocolate? Yep, that works. Good. Then we go perfect for tea or coffee. Where does that go? It actually goes to 2. It can go to a lot of different things. So we start connecting from the bottom and we connect all the way up. And we take them one by one, connect. And maybe also that it fits in all environments. Also, then we do the other way around and we start working our way down. And then we might say, I forgot which one we used here. Okay, taste better. What other things makes the liquid that we have taste better in the concepts that we're having? Then we can say, yeah, it's a pretty good thing if we can clean the cup. I know some of our friends, they're really bad in cleaning their teacups. But the coffee cups are normally, we clean the tea. Do we normally clean coffee cups better than teacups? I haven't figured that out yet, but of course, if it's easy to clean, it will also taste better. And then we think about what else does the easy to clean, what makes it easy to clean out of these three? Cleanable surface. And cleanable surface, how is that achieved? Special creation ceramics. So right now, just in this like 15 minutes or how long we now been working with this coffee cup. But it's interesting, when you now think of the coffee cup and you start thinking of the coffee cup, you've explored a value logic of the coffee cup. It opened up a new world for you next time you drink coffee. You're going to look at that coffee cup and you're going to think, yeah, it's creation ceramics. Oh, sorry.
We feel like having a coffee.
Yeah. Can we have a break soon? And we have to explore the IIMP coffee cups. Yeah. But what we built now is a value logic. We understand now how different things connect with one another. It doesn't give all the answers, but with this in mind, we can go when somebody talks and ask questions here about you. You know, why do we really need that special creation ceramics? Well, you know, it's a pretty good thing. And we can go up all the way, you know, it's really about making the coffee taste better. What? Do you mean how? Well, you know, with the special creation ceramics that we're using, makes the surface so much easier to clean. And that it has a special surface to it, and then makes it easier to clean, and that will make it taste better. And normally there are multiple relationships involved. And then say, okay, I get it. That's a good thing. Yeah, that's a good thing. Let's keep that creation ceramics. Or we can exchange it for something that is cheaper, but it has to have that value. So this is what we start off with a little bit. This is actually for, I'm looking at you now because you're in automotive, Volvo construction equipment, as the excavators. Have you been working with them? You don't know, okay. Because this is kind of when I worked a lot with their connected excavators and how the product management, how we were to manage those, all the connected vehicles, a number of hundreds of thousands of vehicles around the globe that needs to be connected. And all the data. And then we built a system for all of the connectivity. So this is for the administrative system. But then we developed that. It was a little bit more complex than this. But if we work like this, it goes rather quickly to create a value logic that we can use, the value tree. And it's being used at Ericsson, at Intel, in a lot of different tech-savvy companies, also for rather complicated products, to understand the logic of the product, just like the Atlas Copco case. There is a process. I don't know. When you ever need somebody to test anything, any of your products, bring me in. I can make any software product fail. If you really want to do hard testing, call me. But like the process of running a value tree session is kind of one of the things as a product manager. Then if we take in charge is first to invite the right people. Who do we want to bring to the meeting? Because the people you bring to the sessions are the brains that you're scraping, the brains that you're using. So inviting the right people. Secondly, you do the first workshop. And the first workshop, we primarily just do the ideation and the initial placing of the post-its. Then you have to spend as a product manager about 8 hours, like one working day, to structure all of that work and work with it, move a few things that were placed in the wrong area, and work with them, define them, and do a little bit more work on them. Then you have a second workshop and you do the bottom-up activity. And when you do that, we need to be very fast because there are lots of decisions. So it's kind of boom, boom. Does this connect with this? Does this connect with this? Does this connect with this? And we keep up the speed in those workshops. It's extremely important. Otherwise, it would be too tiresome. 3, we review the connections and we do the top down and we add new thoughts to it all. It will take us about 2 working days, and then we review the value tree, and then we prune the value tree at the end. But this is kind of, it takes about 2 to 3 weeks to create a value tree on a given product in calendar time. So it's a pretty pragmatic tool to discover the value of the product that you have. Reflections and comments on the value tree. You love it. Yeah. You can't wait to drink coffee and explore it. Good. So we're working through these different steps. The first step we call discover, and we just looked at one of the tools with the value tree. Then we move on to define and connect, and we won't do a lot of convey. But before doing that, could you just please stand up? I have a, does anybody else have a back problem? Yeah. It's only me? Somebody else has this too, yeah. Because you know, when we sitting is the new smoking. You know that expression, sitting is the new smoking. And because it's easy to get used to, it hurts your health. There's a lot of bad things with sitting, so we need to stand up. And then also what's bad is that we need to open up a little bit. I shouldn't say that this, am I here trying to do yoga? I mean, I don't know. You know, I had a woman who told me that I need to do this like once every hour in the office. I need to stand up and lift my right knee up if you have the place. Make place for yourself. Okay, right knee up, go to the side, out with the leg, and in with the foot, and turn around. And then it opens up your spinal fluid. Try to do it again. We'll try to do it again. Up with the right knee, to the side, out with the leg, in with the foot, and turn the foot around. Can you feel the energy flowing in the spine? Do the same thing with the left foot. Up with the knee, to the left. Whoa, I'm pulling. Out and in, and turn around. Oh, do you feel the energy? Good. Nobody got hurt today? Nobody hurt or fell over? No emergencies? Good. So let's carry on a little bit with define. Define, I remember what we talked about, the beautiful resonating focus. You remember? The resonating focus when we say, have you been buying a big system at any time? Buying, like in a corporate environment, there's been like another company coming, trying to pitch something to you. Sometimes, yeah. And you remember when that sales guy leaves the building, then you sit there in your office together with your colleagues. What do? You talk about it? How do you talk about it? What makes sense? What doesn't make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, we don't need to talk about all sales. I mean, that's a common situation, right? It's always, but we talk about what makes sense for us or not. That is the resonating focus. When we think about that, the resonating focus is something that we can share and evolve at the customer side, what makes sense to think about when looking at this product or not. What makes sense? That's kind of the resonance. How do we approach this area when buying this? What's really important? What makes sense? So let's look a little bit on that with the define step and primarily on the resonating focus. And this is we evolved the resonating focus from one company concerning a migration. And we talked about that also, Kartik. Migrations. Yes. And for one company, we evolved the resonating focus around migration in how to migrate companies from one solution to another solution. And this is every single solution is approximately a value of around $50 million US. And there's a few thousand customers involved. It's big systems. Nobody was moving. Everybody hates migration. Anybody who likes migration? Anybody? Oh, today I'm going to migrate. What?
Unless they are migrating to your product.
Yes. That's a migration we like. That's a migration we like. But all of us, and in this case, we did the work and we changed the logic of the migration and changed the complete resonating focus on what to think about and change the complete scope. 2 years after we've changed that, about 80% of all the customers had migrated. And they've been trying to make customers migrate and change and invest a lot of money for the migration. And they didn't because everybody hates it. They don't want to do it. But then we changed the attitude in how they should think in this space. And it's billions of dollars that this company earns only by focusing on the resonating focus and changing the mind of the customer. So we use the resonating focus to set the agenda of the customer's thoughts. How should you think when buying this kind of product or evolving this? We guide the customers in and help them evolve their thinking, and hopefully we're doing a good job. And it's a way to position our product, because then we use the resonating focus as a positioning, kind of like a statement. We don't even talk about our product. We talk about the category, what's important for you in working in this area. And it's a beautiful guide for sales and marketing. And if you look at generally when we work with value and products, we sit there, we create what's good with our product, just like we did with the value tree. We have all these phenomenal features and benefits that we get. Wonderful. It's the value. We know the value perfectly and all the benefits. And we answer the questions for customers why you should buy this product. And the thing that we need to know is a little bit about the customers and a little bit about the products. And then maybe we start saying, hey, we live in a world where there are more than one supplier. It's happened to you? You have a competitor? Yeah. All of us have a lot of competitors, right? So then we need to start maybe to think about, we need to focus a little bit. How do we compete? Why is our product better? Because one thing about value is interesting. Whenever we talk about the value, we need to compare. If this was the only pen in the world, this is the only pen you can write with in the world, it will be pretty valuable for you. Not for you. No, you're right. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm talking with with the us using paper and pen still. You're still using a paper and pen. Yeah. So if this would were to be the only pen in the world, and you were to sign a very important contract, and this is the only pen available, it would be pretty valuable. But of course, it's not the only pen available. So we know that since there are a lot of alternatives, the value of the pen is not that big. So value only exists in relationship to an alternative. It never exists by itself. It always exists in relationship to an alternative. So then when we do competition focus, that's kind of what we then try to do. We try to answer, why should customers buy your product instead of the alternative? And you need to know your product and your customer, and your product and your competitor. When we look at resonating focus, we need to focus a little bit more on what are the areas of difference that delivers the biggest value. And we need to understand what is the most worthwhile with our product. To answer those questions, we need to have a lot of understanding of customers, problems, the market, the future, main competitors, and also we need to know our own products. I'll come back to the last one shortly. But we need to have a big understanding of all the different perspectives of value to create that resonating focus. And then it needs to connect with our technology, because there are sometimes a lot of companies, I don't know if anybody of you have happened to do that you start communicating a value. And then your competitor beats you in that space, saying that we have a battery life on a mobile phone or whatever that is longer than everybody else. Wonderful. And then comes another product that has so battery life is really important. And then comes another competitor, Samsung, the next week and says, we have an increased battery life that is 30% longer than yours. That doesn't work. So we cannot build a resonating focus and a positioning on something that changes continuously. We need to build this resonating focus on something that will stay for a long period of time. Our positioning must be based on something that we know that we will be better than everybody else for the next 5 years. We need to know the core of our product. What is it in my product that makes my product, my portfolio better than all the alternatives continuously over the next 5 years? Then we can define and work with a resonating focus. And it might not always be in the product itself. It might be for example, in the risk space. It might be that we will always deliver better accessibility because of our technology of the data, because we built a structure of data storaging that we know that it will always be faster to access the data that we provide from our server data storage solutions compared with the other ones, because we have a different technology setup in how we store the data. So resonating focus is, for me, a beautiful tool to work with as such. One of the best marketing tools, and that is very hard for somebody in sales or marketing to create. They need the support of product people to do the positioning, because this is a positioning statement, the resonating focus.
what would be an example of resonating focus? Like any example you could highlight? A couple of examples.
Yeah. Let me just, I'll write them down and just get them. So I just wrote down 4 different ones. For example, with the company that we work with that works with the product information management systems, PIM. I suppose you work a lot with them in Walmart, with PIM systems in different ways. In River, they have a different, their core technology is very much around their elastic data modeling. They don't use its standard data modeling setup. They define their models a little bit differently. It takes a little bit longer time, but it's more elastic, meaning that it can be adapted and tailored to a larger extent, and it can also extend and change over time more easily. So for them, then, the messaging is, the resonating focus is, your data will change. The structure of your data will change over time. Because they can adapt. And they just talk about that one of the key things that we've been designing that is important, whatever you choose, is that you need to be able to design for change from the very beginning. If you look at Vitra, change has been, in their case, it's that they are working with communication solutions, wireless communication and software and everything that connects with that in factories, warehouses, material handling. And for them is that they can solve difficult problems, but they also have included open standards. So for them, it is that you can use, that you can build, and they're very wide in their solution spectra. So it's more about that you should work with, evolve your internal communication in partnerships. Whatever you do, work with partnerships over time. Because they can also adopt over time to different changes. With Tele2, a telecom operator, they work with pricing. They work with price on different aspects. And the key core capability that they have a different procurement process. And they're very slim. They never focus to do the latest, but they focus on reducing cost in every single step of the way all the time. And then they can maintain a low cost advantage over time. So they work with price. But every single example that we look at and work at, it's not a marketing term, it's also connected with, so it's connected with your ability to maintain that leadership over time.
Kind of long-term differentiator.
Yes, absolutely. There's a wonderful book by Michael McGrath that's called Product Strategies for High-Tech Companies, written in 2001. It's an old book now, but Michael McGrath, he talks, there's one chapter in that book that talks about the concept of sustainable vector of differentiation to maintain an edge over time. We need to be fast. But we need, if we want to do positioning, your positioning is long-term investments. So what was this first one again? Discover. Define. Discover the value logic internal, externally. Define where we want to focus. Then connect. If looking at connect, there is one beautiful tool. I think that we're all started using that. Everybody's using buyer's journey. Is anybody? I shouldn't ask. Is anybody not using it? Who's using buyer's journey in different ways when they're doing product management? Buyer's journey. Who's using buyer's journeys? You're using it to some extent as well. I think most of us are looking a little bit on how do customers get access to the value that you offer. And when we so let's look a little bit on the buying process. And whatever if you look at B2B, there are 5 different things that everybody's insecure of when buying a product. When you buy a product, what is the need? What do I need? Anybody working in B2B, you know what I talk about. Our customers don't know. They don't know what they need. They need guidance in what to do. They're pretty insecure about you as a supplier. Maybe not Microsoft, but Tolpagorni or I know. But we're always, well, there would be 1 or 2 that would be skeptical to Microsoft too. But there's normally, who is the supplier? Will they survive? What will the future be? How will they act with all the data that I give them, etc., etc.? There are a lot of different things on the supplier side. Of course, we're interested about insecurities. How does this product really work? We have issues about how will the delivery happen? How will we deploy this product in our business? How will I implement this in my organization? And also, what will the future look like once we have this installed and the future keeps changing? These 5 insecurities are happening for everybody. And normally in every single buyer's journey, we need to answer these 5 and check those 5 boxes on the journey before somebody buys a product. So we often use those 5 to when do we need to address the certain messages in a journey? And what we've done is that we've created then something that we call the product material analysis that kind of goes through how do we support the buyer with information along the journey to come to certain conclusions and choices at the end. So what we would do with the PMA is that we try to understand what does a customer need? What kind of information do they need? What do they need? When do they need it? Why do they need that information at that stage? Where and how will they use that information? And how will it be delivered? So we can take the buyer's journey in the different phases and trying to understand how can we support that with information. So in this way, work in 3 different steps with identification of buying phases, define each phase, what are the key messages. Let's state if we do a buyer's journey, we have something maybe like this, that the customers are not aware of similar to what you shared earlier as well. You shared a little bit of buyer's journey. They're not aware of the product. They're aware of your product. They were inspired to solve the problem that you shared with them. They're kind of aware of your solution that possibly you can deliver that. They understand solution needs and they maybe make a selection or whatever that, however you've designed your buyer's journey. And then in our PMA, we work with these different layers to support the customers and accelerate the customer's journey so that they move faster towards a good decision. So we look at 1, the audience. Who is the audience of this? And we had lots of people involved in buying it. And they will change during the journey. In the beginning, you will have maybe you need to have some ambassador at the top at C-level, or some tech guy, or somebody who brings your product into the scope. Normally. So in the beginning, maybe we're working with some kind of door openers to get our products on the discussion table. So then, as it progresses, the audience will change as we communicate our products. So then we have what we work a lot with is the triggers. What will trigger the customer to take one more step? What do we need to prove? Because we don't want to communicate our complete wonderful value tree of the coffee cup initially. We want to say it works. You can have 3 fingers. There's good grip. It feels good. Boom. But there might be just one thing to get it to one proven something. Or so we do look at triggers, but there are also showstoppers. What do we need the customer to get stuck with? It will be a complicated deployment. It'll be hard to use. It will be, it will be too expensive. There is always something that will stop the customer procurement, so we can work with that also. Then we look at the showstoppers. Then compelling event, we haven't talked about that right now, so we'll jump to that. Core messaging. The core messaging, what is my key message in this stage, in this phase? And we can change that over time. What context are we communicating this in? Is it on the web? Is it in conference? It's face-to-face? It's in a shop, in a store? Where do we communicate this message? What's the context we communicate? And then the channel itself, what context, situation they're in, and the channel that we're using. And then by using this kind of working through this one, and it guides all the investments in the product marketing. And we can use, for example, here on the core message, since we have the value tree, we can use the value tree in here very nicely and put in what do we need to focus for that person in the audience? What is the core message we want to bring to them to help them move to the next step? So that is the product material audits, or that we've been using for quite some time. It guides investment in marketing and what we need to communicate at the right time to the right customers. So this is like that. What I've tried to do now, this is a workshop, or this work. Normally we do this like in a 2-day workshop to go through the value development model and how to work with the value B2B. So we kind of looked at 3 tools that we're using in a process of the 4 different steps. And we just shared a few different things with the 4 different steps that is guided, the complete process is guided with value thinking. And this has helped Intel, Ericsson. I mean, all of these companies have changed the way they do their product marketing. Not their complete marketing for the complete product company, but for the marketing for the products that they work with the model. So, and the model of going through these 4 different steps with discover, define, connect, and convey, that also connected with these 2 top layers are product management layers. These top 2 layers, a lot of people from product marketing and sales are involved. Then we changed a bit organizational structure as we progress. So good. That was, I don't know really about time, but I think that it's time. Thank you very much for today. Any reflections and thoughts about value? No? Then do like this. I would like you to write down on a piece of paper before we leave one thing that you bring with you. One thing that you thought, 80% of what you said was just not new and old, but this one thing I really liked. Write down that very one thing that you bring with you from this session. One thing. "34, 35, 36, 37, and 38. You got 38 seconds now. Is there something you wrote down?
What happens if it is very difficult to take down the product for the marketing team to go forward the next customers. So in that, how we follow the value aspect where we are bringing down each and every value and connecting that with the product. So that connection helps the marketing team to change the picture and
Wonderful. I love the value too. And what we've done in one company in Finera who works with infrastructure for internet. When they launch new products, they have integrated the value tree in the launch process, so that they sit down, the product managers and the marketing people, they create the value tree together. So that's their handover. The value tree is, as you state, it's a good way of sharing the logic. And if we're sharing it by doing it together, it's also a very good thing. So good, thanks for sharing. Yeah, resonating focus. Like, do you play guitar? No. Neither do I. But anyhow, any guitar, if I were to play, then, well, you know what a guitar looks like, right? And you have that wooden box. We play a lot and we create a lot of great, I wish I could play a lot and create a lot of good music with my fingers and the way I move it. But it's being enhanced with that resonating box. Without that box, all the work that we've done would be for nothing. Something needs to resonate, needs to be increased, needs to share the value, be enhanced with the resonating focus. The resonating focus is beautiful when we find that and we connect it with our core technology, with how we compete in the market. And one thing that I love also that we discuss about is driving forces when you connect it to the future. But you have to read about that. But it's also like that if resonating focus is connected with something that will change in the markets, then it starts becoming really beautiful. Any other, yes? The concept of door openers. Yeah.
And that person becomes your champion, and that person needs to able to be for other participants from all the different stakeholders or clients that are involved. Typically, in the project that there is all people like take the but I really like this where it's a practice where you actually find a person and that just becomes champion on
the source code, where everybody is there, you are not there. But really you have. And then.
No. No. That in our communication process that we looked at, we will have a different types of audience in the different stages. And then we need to adapt the messages accordingly. If we have a long buying journey, we need to change, but still be consistent, but we need to change it for the audience that is relevant at that time. Yeah. And for products, it's a beautiful thing where for a product you can design, and we've been doing this a number of times, that we've been designing products with a certain persona in mind to become a door opener. Let's open up the door with this new software, opening up the door at the companies at that point. There we open it up, and then once we're in, we'll expand. So that's it. Also can turn into a product strategy by mere in its own right. Kartik, any reflection from it? Yeah. Once again, with the buyer's journey and the journey that we have, and we can have work with the triggers in there, how we move it along. Any other reflections? Something that you bring with you?
My takeaway would be value tree.
Value tree.
Take a simple talk and look at value, feature, realization, and concept, all of the tree. I think it's very interesting to know, like it can put in on the part. That gives a lot of clarity, and you can apply this like, in other products as well.
The value tree brings a lot of value logic, and we know that when we go to that Mobile World Congress next time or anywhere else, that we can start by talking about features. It's okay, but we need to connect it with the larger values, because people are interested in products. People are interested in how it works. They want to see how it works. So it's not wrong. And I think that there's been a tendency with a lot of ad agencies and marketing that we should focus too much on the top values. But we can also bring the value from a pragmatic value perspective and going from the feature up, and then we can use the value tree for it. Yeah. Anything you brought with you? The relationship. How do you mean? Yeah. That buyer's journey, it's a relationship that evolves over a period of time. That's absolutely. I was thinking I would like to say one final thing before we close down on the relationships, and not relationships in family stuff. Yeah. But with the value tree, whether it's a value tree, it's a process, or whatever it is, whether it's a lot of boxes or fish charts in different ways. Have you ever, or an organizational scheme? Have you thought about the logic of these things? That the logic is never defined in the box. The logic is not there. The logic is in the relationships. Every single thing, whenever you look at the organizational scheme, an organizational chart, a process, a structure like the value tree, the logic is not in the box. The logic is in the connection. The relation is the logic. That's where the key is. So for all, that's typical product management thinking, that we connect the dots in product management. We connect the boxes. And the same thing with the value tree. It's about the connection that makes our capabilities as product managers normally very unique.
Yes, I love the way you put that thing about having all these companies in a group, different groups, you go walk in and then everybody is like value 3% class. It's the same value set proposition that everybody is like.
Yeah. No.
I go with that art with the Indian IT sector. But I have seen that you product. To ask the question, what value? Most common aspect that time, money, cost, different innovation. Right now, the way you have structured.
Wonderful, thank you.
I think if give me a handle to go back and take my money.
Cool, wonderful. Let's keep that as final words and thank you very much.
Will we move the ceremony again? We will take a group pic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All the participants.
Wonderful. Okay. Yeah.
Wonderful.